Because of fear. The fear of that there is no tomorrow. The hope was taken away from them. And we stood by. The world stood by. And Israel has done the most. Now, ultimately, yes, they will win. Why? A revolution can only be successful when the seals of power have been broken. Now, we're talking about a revolution that is actually coming out of Egypt, really, because they are fighting against the enslavement of the mind and the soul and everything else in between that exists. And that is a powerful fight because you're born free. And so once this genie is out of the bottle and they have spoken freedom and that it was manifested into existence because they said it, women, life, freedom. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. It can't go back. People are now realizing that he's not a god. This Khamenei guy with the turban that, caused the flow of oxygen to his brain, gotta go. The system has to go. Radicalism is done. Look, I have a message for Muslims around the world and the Muslim world in general. How can they allow and tolerate for lunatics who are bloodthirsty tyrants to sully the name of a faith that they claim to be peaceful? I will believe you when you fight for it and regain the name of it. Until then, you're under colonization. I don't feel like being nice to you because stand up. You keep complaining about Islamophobia. Fine. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's no phobia. Maybe there's a very real reason behind. And it's not hatred, it's fear. And the understanding that somebody's going to have to do something and say something because you can't butcher your way through and call it peaceful or reparation. Speak against radicalism. People understand that Islam is a thing, obscurantism is another. But if you do nothing, we're going to be made to believe that the two are the same.
And that's where we are.
And that's on them.
And we believe that today, these protesters, then, the genie is out of the box.
For sure.
And there is a chance of survival.
They will win, ultimately. The real question is what it will cost.
It's a very strong and powerful message to end with, what it will cost. So, Catherine, thank you so much for joining today.
My pleasure.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Sivan Raviv, and here's your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Israel is rushing to strike high-value targets in Iran amid fears that U.S. President Donald Trump could suddenly push for a ceasefire. According to local and foreign reports, Prime Minister Netanyahu has ordered a 48-hour surge in attacks on Iran's missile and nuclear infrastructure, aiming to maximize damage before any halt in fighting. Israeli officials have expressed doubts that the U.S. proposed deal would be accepted or that one would fully eliminate the threat. Netanyahu's warning time is running short to strike the remaining key targets. Israeli officials warned the U.S. proposal might not adequately restrict Iran's nuclear or ballistic missile programs, prompting Netanyahu to direct the military to hit as many high-priority targets as possible during this window. The decision was made after briefings from senior commanders on remaining strikes needed to secure Israel's war objectives. Waves of IDF airstrikes are ongoing. An Israeli official says the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, Ali Reza Tangsiri, was killed in a strike in Bandar Abbas. The official says Tangsiri was responsible for the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. Additionally, the Israeli Air Force has struck multiple Iranian weapons production sites in Tehran, targeting facilities used to manufacture aerial and naval systems for Hamas, Hezbollah, and other proxy groups. During the same wave, IAF aircraft also hit Iranian air defense systems and missile launch positions. In Isfahan, the IDF targeted the sole facility responsible for the design and development of submarines and underwater military systems for the Iranian Navy. The site, which produced unmanned vessels and support systems, was struck under the guidance of military and naval intelligence, dealing a significant blow to Iran's ability to expand or upgrade its naval fleet. The military says the strikes are part of a broader campaign to dismantle Iran's defense industry, including facilities used to arm proxy groups across the region. The IDF says it will continue targeting production infrastructure to deny the regime the capabilities it has built over years. The White House is warning Iran it will face even stronger strikes if it does not accept what it calls a military defeat. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt says President Donald Trump does not bluff and is prepared to unleash hell if Tehran misreads the situation. Axios reports that the U.S. is reportedly working on options for a final blow to Iran that could see American ground troops deployed on Iranian soil, as well as a major bombing effort if the talks fail. Nevertheless, Press Secretary Leavitt says talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. Reports say Washington sent a 15-point plan, but the White House says some details published are not accurate. Let's take a listen.
The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal.
Diplomatic efforts by countries including Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt are continuing to reach a deal between the U.S. and Iran to end the war as global markets react to hopes for a possible end to the conflict that has disrupted energy supplies and driven volatility in oil prices. Iran's foreign minister said contacts through mediators are underway, but insists this does not amount to direct negotiations with the United States. Take a listen.
مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با ضرس قاطع عرض میکنم. هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نبود. البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف. این که پیام‌هایی از طریق کشورهای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم، این نه اسمش مذاکره است، نه اسمش گفتگو، نه هیچ. تبادل پیام هست به واسطه.
Meanwhile, according to a CNN report, Iranian forces have increased air defenses and placed mines around Karg Island, including along potential landing areas in preparation for a possible American attempt to seize the island. After a 14-hour pause overnight, Iran resumed firing successive missile salvos, triggering sirens across central Israel and Jerusalem. Multiple impacts were reported across the Gush Dan central region, with emergency teams responding to several sites in Tel Aviv, Holon, and Ganei Tikva, where a large fire broke out following the barrage. Medics say several people were injured, including 2 women in their 40s hit by shrapnel, one in moderate condition, along with a man in his 20s and others suffering light injuries and shock, including children. In Kfar Qasim, 2 people were lightly wounded after a missile believed to carry a cluster warhead struck a building. Earlier, a 12-year-old girl in Safed was seriously injured while running to shelter during sirens. The IDF says most of the missiles were intercepted, but continues to urge the public to follow Home Front Command instructions. And we now go to Devo Klein, ILTV's Devo Klein, for an update from Tel Aviv. Our correspondent, Devo Klein, was in Tel Aviv. Let's hear, Devo, are you with us?
Hi, Sivan. I'm standing here in Tel Aviv, central Israel, at one of the impact sites of the morning barrages of ballistic missiles sent over from Iran to Israel by the Islamic regime. Now, just behind me is one of the impact sites of the splitting warheads. As you can see, there is extensive damage to the building. Thankfully, we have not heard of any injuries. Now, this is a common occurrence for these splitting warheads. They're creating a lot of damage upon impact, but thankfully, we are not hearing of a lot of injuries. There's also a lot of impact sites right here in Tel Aviv. The police are here, the Home Front Command, they're trying to clear the area. Just behind me right here, there's a crater in the ground that was caused from the impact, and obviously the blast had caused the damage to the building. This is actually a shop, a luxury motorcycle shop. ILTV spoke to the owner of the shop, and he told us that the damage done to the vehicles, to the equipment that he is selling, is probably worth hundreds of thousands of shekels. That is extensive damage and a lot for the owner of the shop to deal with. Witnesses say that there was a massive blast. They heard a big boom. They felt it as well. And this is, of course, the scene right behind me in Tel Aviv.
And now ILTV's Mayan Hoffman is standing by in Jerusalem to report on the latest incoming rocket fire. Mayan, we've heard from Devo just now on the scene in Tel Aviv. What more can you tell us about the incoming rocket fire today and overnight? What are you seeing on the ground?
A few minutes ago, our 8th round of rocket fire since the morning, hitting Israel from Iran and also, of course, from Hezbollah, where we continue to see rocket fire come in. Now, here in Jerusalem, we'd had even longer than that 14-hour window where we didn't see any rockets coming down and any sirens. And just a few minutes ago, as we talked about that 8th round in Jerusalem, we received a warning, but in many parts of the city, we didn't even receive the siren. And then we heard extremely loud booms throughout the city. All around. We had people reporting in Jerusalem, hearing of the interceptions. Thankfully, in that round of rockets, there was no damage and nobody was hurt. But as you mentioned, there have been several injuries. One of the challenges with these cluster bombs, as Devo was alluding to, is that they split up to a radius of around 10 kilometers and they cause extensive damage. People who don't make it to their shelters or who are driving on the streets can be injured. We saw a lot of moderate injuries, some light injuries, and even some children that were being treated for shock today. We're talking about several hundreds of rounds of missiles that have been coming in since the war started. And I want to also highlight that one of the reasons we may be seeing so many missiles is what you talked about in your earlier report. Right now, Netanyahu has ordered 48 hours of extensive strikes across Iran. And at the same time, we're probably seeing a very similar phenomenon happening with Iran toward Israel as we think that we might be inching towards a potential ceasefire, or at least according to the United States.
And widen the picture for us, please, Mayan. Hezbollah, like you said, fires in the north. The fire remains nearly constant all the time, keeping residents in and out of shelters throughout the day. What is the situation in the north right now as we speak, where Hezbollah fire is nonstop?
Yeah, so it's exactly as described, nonstop. Now, I just want to take you back a year ago. Remember, we signed a ceasefire agreement in November of 2024, and residents only returned to their homes in March of 2025. So it's been just about a year since these residents were able to go home, mostly to homes that were in communities that had received constant rocket fire for the beginning part of the 7th front. Streets that were destroyed, homes that were destroyed, homes that sat vacant and needed to be repaired. They went home, and here we are again under a constant barrage. I spoke to many residents in the north who were explaining that they don't want to leave again, and yet at the same time, they just feel unsafe. They haven't been able to leave their shelters. You reported on the 12-year-old girl in Sfat. Now, she actually fell en route to the bomb shelter. It's unclear exactly what happened there, but in her race to get cover, she fell down, and she is actually in serious condition, although she is at Ziv Medical Center and stabilized. But this is something, you talk about in Kiryat Shmona, where just this week we saw rockets strike down near a bus, some serious injuries there. And this is a community that experienced the exact same thing when Hezbollah started on October 8th to join hands with Hamas. Here, Hezbollah has joined hands with Iran, and they are continuing to fire all across the border in northern Israel.
Thank you very much, Mayan, reporting to us from Jerusalem. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to continue discussing developments in this war with Iran, joining us now is Attorney Mark Zell, Chairman of Republicans Overseas Israel and Vice President and General Counsel of Republicans Overseas, and Professor Kobi Michael, Senior Researcher at INSS and Misgav Institutes. Thank you both for joining us.
Great to be here.
So the situation is very unclear at the moment, at least to me, but I'm sure to many. Mark, how did we go from a Trump ultimatum to bomb everything to now we're having great talks and nearing a deal?
Well, actually, very little has changed. If you recall what happened before the so-called 12-day war, a similar kind of scenario was being played out. It looked like at the very eve of the breakout of that war, that it was everything had all been settled by negotiations. And what you're seeing here, though, I think is fairly clear that Donald Trump is doing what he does the best. He's keeping the other side, the counterparty, completely off guard by talking on the one hand about reaching an agreement, a consensual resolution, and literally at the same time, as you heard the press secretary in Washington, Levitt, say, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they don't accept our terms. And the Iranians have announced that they're not accepting the terms, the 15-point program. So, and frankly, I think all of us, both here in Israel and in the United States, know who we're dealing with. I mean, we're dealing with a regime that constantly lies, and as they did after the end of the 12-day war, they said that we thought everything was going to be on hold and they were going to just accept reality. And no, what did they do? Immediately, they renewed their nuclear program. They increased their ballistic missile program. They sent money over to their proxies around the region. And in other words, they just lied to our face. And I think even Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, who was tasked to negotiate with the regime before this round broke out in February 28th, said they literally, in the height of arrogance, they told him that they're holding 460 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, and they have no intention of giving it back, and they intend to go forward with their nuclear development program. No one can tell them otherwise. So that's where we are right now. It's a state of deliberate confusion to keep the fog of war very, very, very thick, and all the options are open. At the same time, we're talking about this. You've got U.S. military, the 82nd Paratroop Division is coming over, the Marines from Japan. All of those military assets are being brought into the theater as we speak.
Now, Kobi, since there are possible talks on the table, I'm not sure exactly with whom, but if there are, is it possible, do you think, that we're nearing an end to this war? What could an end even possibly look like?
First of all, I would like to say that I'm a very poor analyst when it comes to President Trump's wording. Right. I'm a bit better analyst when it comes to President Trump's deeds. I follow his deeds. And if I follow correctly his deeds, I think that we are not close to the end of the war. I think that we are facing, I would say, the path, the corridor that the Iranians themselves, by the way, provide to President Trump, in brackets, because the negotiation probably will fail. We are on the path towards a new phase and a different phase of the war. I think that this war cannot be ended without reaching, I would say, the objectives that were declared, at least by President Trump. I put Israel aside now, okay? And we are not there yet. I think that President Trump actually, by postponing the ultimatum with 5 days, he creates, I would say, a broader space for legitimacy, mainly domestic legitimacy, because he wants to show that he gave another chance to the diplomatic path. And he created a space for better military organization and preparations towards the new phase of the war, understanding that we probably will reach there very soon, or sooner than later. I don't see this regime makes any real efforts to bridge even partly the gaps between the American demands and what the Iranian regime is willing to give. And therefore, I think that the negotiation will fail, and I think that the war will continue.
Now, Mark, what do you believe that Trump's Kharg Island strategy is? What we're hearing the possibility of perhaps troops arriving, boots on the ground. What is the strategy here?
Well, look, Kharg Island, as your viewers know, is a key locus in this the economic struggle between Iran and the United States and Israel, because it accounts for 90% of Iranian oil exports. If the United States, which has made very careful preparations with regard to Kharg Island by not destroying the oil infrastructure, the export infrastructure on the island. And the reason that they're doing that is because they don't want to eliminate that possibility and also create a situation like they had in Venezuela, where they can take over, at least on a temporary basis, the Iranian oil export, with all of that means for the global economy. I agree with Kobe that one of the things that the Americans are trying to do, not only with the pause, but also with the creation of this very broad consensus now involving some 30 nations in NATO and outside of NATO, to open the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore to restore the flow of oil through that important choke point, and bring down the price of oil and stabilize global markets. That is, and by the way, it's not only about oil, as one of my colleagues has pointed out. It's also about fertilizer, and it's also, which means it affects our food security and other kinds of goods that come through the Strait of Hormuz. So all of that the president is keeping all of those options open. And when he brings the military, the Marines and the infantry and the amphibious force into the Gulf, he is expanding his options. Only he knows what he's going to do about Karg Island, Sivan, but he's keeping that option very open and close to his chest, and that's what he should do.
Absolutely. He does like all his options open. Now, if I can ask you, who do you think the U.S. is even negotiating with, Mark? Everyone in the leadership is more or less wiped out. We've heard of parliament members, but who do you think that they're negotiating with?
Well, that's an excellent question, and we know who they want to negotiate with, because they took them off the hit list. One is this the speaker of the Iranian parliament, and there's another one. Maybe Kobe remembers his name, mm-hmm. but they are the designated counterparts. However, the fact is they haven't really been talking. I mean, I think the other one is the foreign minister. Okay, Agapchi or Rabchi, whatever his name is, and so that is who they're designated to talk to, but they're not really talking to anybody at this point. And indeed, I don't think that the interlocutors are having anything to say. They're under instructions basically to say no. The other point is, I'll just finish up with this, is that this tactic on the part of Donald Trump and the Americans to create or to appoint their own points of contact in the negotiations is causing a lot of confusion and conflict within the Iranian regime, as far as the reports that I've been reading. And that's a very effective tactic too in confronting the Iranians at this point.
And Kobe, Trump himself says his whole life he's been making deals. He's good at making deals. He'll aim for a good deal. What is a good deal here? What's a good deal for Israel, Kobe?
The best deal of Israel is that in Iran there will be a different regime, a much more Western oriented and peace oriented. This is, I would say, the ultimate outcome for Israel. But taking into consideration that such a change requires time, and sometimes a lot of time, it is a process. It is not something that can happen in a day, okay? But I think that the second best outcome for Israel is that the objectives of the war that were declared by the Israeli government will be realized, which means that the 440 kilograms of enriched uranium will be taken out of Iran, that Iran will not be able to continue enriching uranium, that Iran will not be able to continue manufacturing ballistic missiles, and Iran will stop financing and supporting its proxies, mainly Hezbollah and Hamas, in the broader Middle East. I think that these are the desired outcomes, and if the current regime will remain in place, it should remain in such weak level that it will not be able to reconstitute itself and to become once again a severe security threat on Israel and on the region. That Iran will not be anymore the stabilizer factor of the Middle East. But in order to assure that these goals will be realized and will stand for a long period of time, there is a need not only to end the war with these outcomes, but to keep these outcomes by establishing a very robust monitoring mechanism that will detect any trial of the regime to reconstitute itself, and a very effective and robust mechanism that will be able to thwart any trial of this regime to reconstitute itself. And in this regard, as long as this regime stands on its feet, even a weak regime, I think that we will be in a, if not in a state of war, at least in a state of security tension or something like that. And we cannot sitting, and rest as if everything is okay. No, until this regime, or as long as this regime stands on its feet, we have to be concerned, we have to be worried, and we have to be alert, and we have to be ready to thwart any trial of this regime to reconstitute itself.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're hearing all sorts of scenarios. One of the scenarios that I've heard of is that there might be a ceasefire scenario, a 1 month-long ceasefire or a few-week ceasefire possibly on the table. We've heard of this 15-point plan, which kind of reminded me of the 20-point plan for Gaza, but let's stick to Iran here now. So would that be okay by Israel to have this ceasefire, or will Israel insist in this case to hold talks under fire and not cease the fire? What do you think, Kobi?
I think that this is not the best scenario for Israel. Mainly if the ceasefire will be reached at this phase. We have not reached yet to the phase that the current regime is weak enough. But I think that the Israeli challenge is, first of all, to keep President Trump on the same page with us, to assure that we see things similarly. Secondly, I think that this is the time that Israel has to come with a sort of, I would say, a broader political vision with regard to the entire region, where Iran is the key, okay, but not the only component of this vision. And the 20 points plan that you have mentioned with regard to the Gaza Strip should be part of this vision. The new regional architecture should be part of this vision. And then I think that if Israel will be able to introduce a very creative idea, or maybe even more than one idea, that will enable the Americans, that will enable President Trump to come with something that change the rules of the game in the entire region, okay? I think that it will be much easier to convince him to accomplish the mission in Iran, because Iran will remain the main spoiler for any plan, be it the 20 points plan in the Gaza Strip, or be it any further peace negotiation between Israel and Lebanon, or Israel and Syria, or the idea of expanding the Abraham Accord. Iran is the spoiler and the obstacle that should be removed. But I think that it will be much easier to convince President Trump to continue the efforts to remove this obstacle, Iran, if it is part of a broader vision to the entire region that serves mainly the American interests here in the region, and mainly President Trump's vision with regard to the region.
Now, Mark, we know that there has been close military coordination between the U.S. and Israel. They started this together. The question is, will they be aligned about how to end this? What do you think?
Well, that's also an excellent question, Sivan. Some people have described what's going on in Iran as basically two wars. The American war, which has its defined objectives, which the Secretary of War and the President and the Secretary of State have articulated, which we're all familiar with. Many of those align directly, as Kobe has pointed out, with the Israeli objectives. The Israeli war, however, and I think Kobe hinted at this, is really about regime change. And we don't like to say that because, as Kobe pointed out, can be a very long and difficult process, and we don't really have control over that in the way you might have if Iran was invaded, which is not in the cards. So, but I think what I'm hearing in Washington is that regime change is the ultimate goal, because otherwise we won't have accomplished anything. For all the huge amounts of money that have been spent to bring the American assets, our own Israeli investment in the extraordinary air attacks that we've been conducting will have been basically for naught. And so that the only thing that will assure that doesn't happen is if the regime changes. And remember, there are other players here. By the way, the Arab states in the Gulf are now calling for the war to be carried on, and they're strongly implying regime change too. They understand that. You're talking about Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Kuwait, even Qatar. Okay, but there are all the players out there. One of them is China, the other is Russia, and they have a strong interest in making sure that there is no regime change, that the current government in Iran continues, even in a weakened state. And we saw what they've done. They're pouring in military assets and money and humanitarian aid, so-called, into Iran to keep the regime afloat. And that, I think, the only way that they're going to get the proper message and back off is if we succeed in changing the Ayatollah regime and more importantly, the IRGC, and get them out of power. That's quite a challenge.
And you mentioned Iraq. I heard earlier that the U.S.
Yes.
Embassy is telling its embassy employees and any Americans to get out and clear the area in Iraq. So I assume that Iraq will have to choose between the U.S. and Iran here.
Well, that's right. And one of the things that actually have been involved with this to some extent, the Iraqis really have been sitting on the fence largely due to the fact that they can't build a coalition after their election in November. And but what is happening, and this has only happened in the last couple of days, is that the United States in particular, I don't know how much we're involved in it, but the United States has been attacking these pro-Iranian militias in Anbar province and also in the Kurdistan region. That is something that's a change. That could be a sea change that will force the Iraqis to finally get off wean themselves from the Iranian support and come over, as President Trump himself has insisted they do, to support the coalition against Iran.
Kobe, final words?
Yes, I would like to emphasize and to add that this is not only a war about interests or about security or about the balance of power here in the region. This is, I would say, historical moral war, because the Iranians are the ultimate manifestation of radicalism and evil. And I think that if this war will not be decided correctly, then it will impact in a very negative manner the entire region and beyond. As Mark mentioned, China and Russia are waiting on the lines. They support this regime, and if this regime will end successfully this war, it will be a success of China and Russia, and the United States and the entire free world will pay the price. We have a problem with a very weak and lost European continent. They lost their way. I think that the only real power that can change the course of history in this regard is the United States, with the modest help of Israel when it comes to the region, but mainly the United States of America. And here, the United States of America has a historic role, not less than that. Not less than that. This is a war about moral, about historical justice, about the real and the right order that should be established here in the region and beyond. And this is a very good reason to accomplish the mission successfully.
Professor Kobi Michael and attorney Mark Zell, thank you very much.
Glad to be with you.
The war against Hezbollah in Lebanon is expanding northward. The IDF announced that Staff Sergeant Ori Greenberg, a 21-year-old commando in the Golani Brigade's reconnaissance unit from Petah Tikva, was killed in combat in southern Lebanon overnight. IDF commandos overnight have also captured a Hezbollah-linked militia commander during an overnight raid on Mount Dov. Troops from the Igos unit detained the suspect, who is affiliated with the Lebanese resistance companies, and transferred him to Israel for questioning by military intelligence units. The IDF says the group is funded by Hezbollah and has taken part in attacks on Israeli forces. The IDF also captured a Hezbollah-linked militia commander during a raid on Mount Dov and they fired an anti-tanked missiles, wounding an officer. The military says it has destroyed rocket launchers used in attacks on northern Israel as Hezbollah fires continue. Several soldiers were wounded in the fighting, including one in serious condition. Speaking to northern local leaders whose communities have been battered during the war via video conferencing, Prime Minister Netanyahu said the threat of a Hezbollah invasion into northern Israel no longer exists. He added that Israel is creating an expanded buffer zone in southern Lebanon to push back threats from Hezbollah anti-tank missiles. Netanyahu says the focus now is on dismantling Hezbollah, adding that Israel is determined to fundamentally change the security reality in Lebanon. And now joining me to discuss the situation in the Israeli north is Raz Malka, co-founder of Lobby 1701 and resident of the northern city of Kiryat Shmona. Hi, thank you for joining us during this turbulent time.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for hosting me.
So I see that you're on the go as we speak. If you could just tell us, in short, what has it been like in the past few days? Describe it to our viewers.
I think that you started with the sad announcement that we all heard this morning with the young men of the army. And yesterday, we just buried a young girl, 27 years old girl, that killed from the terror attacks on the northern border 2 days ago. And I think that the spirit now is out. It's out. We're having a very rough times now here in Kiryat Shmona and all over the northern border. We see the escalation that's going on in the last few days. And we're all asking ourselves, what's going to be? What's going to be? If it's going to be the last time that we're going to suffer from all of this again. The people of the north having a lot of questions these days.
Mm-hmm. And if you can tell us, what does, maybe describe it to us, what does a normal day these past few weeks, what does that look like? How often are you running to shelters?
I can tell you about just yesterday. Only in Kiryat Shmona yesterday, it's been almost 20 alarms a day. So people all the day running to shelters and safe rooms. And the situation is that we have a 0 time of alert. So when we hear the alarm, people must be on the shelters because it's between 1 to 4 seconds until the rocket landed. So there's a lot of people who all the last week been maintain their time in the shelters. So I think that the life of the people of the north now is life on shelters.
Now, that sounds terrible, and I know that many residents of the Israeli north, certainly not just your city, are experiencing this. Do you have children or family with you? What is that like? How is it to cope with the sirens? Like you say, with really zero time from the moment there's a siren to actually shelter.
I can tell you as a young man that to be responsible for your family, to look for your parents, but in that time, we have a lot of people that are elderly people and people with disabilities that they doesn't have that option to hear the alarm and in a second to hold their legs and run off to the shelter. So I think that's the toughest time to see it as a civilian, to see the people who are really weak and really need any support to resilience in this time. And I really hope that it will all be meaningful. So that time that we're here in the shelters and be spending in the safe rooms will be for having a solution once and all against Hezbollah, and to get the opportunity that's been created by the operation in Iran, and to give us, the people of the North, to live security in our homes. That's the only thing that we want.
Now, do you believe that people will stay in the Israeli North? What are you seeing around you? Are people leaving? Are they staying and supporting each other? What's the sentiment like?
I think that a lot of people who have the option or have a family in the central district or in other districts of Israel take their kids and families and go there for that times. But the more hard question is what's going to be next? Because we, the people of the North, we will all ask ourselves, after where it all be ended, if it's going to be secure now. Because after the last year and a half that we've been outside from our homes, we doesn't hear one more time that Hezbollah being destroyed, and in a year ago we'll find ourselves in the same situation. We want it to be once and for all.
Absolutely, and that's the way it should be. What would you want decision makers, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the government, what would you want them to understand about what you're going through, and what do you demand of them?
I think that the mainly demand is really to help those people, the weak people, the elderly, and the people with disabilities that really need to get out of this area in those times, because we can't leave them over there. So I think that in the first thing to do is to go pick those people and get them out, because they really don't need to suffer more than what they already suffered. And I want to say one more thing, because the Israeli northern border having threatened for more than 50 years. The first terror invasion into Israel been into my city in 1974, into Kiryat Shmona. And this is the time, after 50 years, to really change the atmosphere in the Middle East, and especially in the northern border.
And for people watching this from abroad, what would you want them to know about what you're going through right now?
I want you to know that we're strong, that we will stay here, that we won't leave our land. That's our land. That's where I grew up. That's where I'm born. And this is where I'm going to stay, I believe, until I'm going to die. But we will do the best we can over here to keep our land safe. But help us to raise our voice. Help us to share our stories. Help us to know that we are here, the people of the North, having the support of everyone, because we really need this that times.
Well, Raz, thank you very much for joining us from Kiryat Shmona, who has been really badly targeted and hit by Hezbollah rockets, nonstop rockets in the last few days. Thank you for sharing your experience and elaborating on it. Keep safe.
Thank you very much.
Keep safe, you and your family and the rest of the northern residents.
Thank you.
And now, to keep with the Northern Front and the situation in Lebanon and the fight against Hezbollah in Lebanon, I'd like to invite into the conversation Shadi Halul, Lebanon expert of the Aramaic Galilee Research Center and Israeli Christian Aramaic NGO. Hi, Shadi.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Maybe you can just start by talking to us about this past week and the escalation going on in the north.
Well, as you can see, the Hezbollah is still there, still exists, and that's important for the world to know what we are doing actually here in Lebanon, inside Lebanon. Now our forces fighting this evil force that called Hezbollah, which is Iranian proxy, which all was engineered and planned for over 40 years in our borders by Iranian Irgc in order to annihilate the Jewish people and the state of Israel. And I am saying that as a Christian Maronite of Lebanese origins. that my forefathers stayed in the Galilee, in this Galilee region for 400 years and suffered from this Shia Islam for all this region, and we know the history. They actually ethnic cleansed us, butchered us as Christians, and now they are trying to do the same for the Jewish people. So I am here sending this message for you, for the whole world, to know that our fight against this evil as Israeli citizens is legitimate, and we will not allow anymore this threat to exist in our borders, in our citizens at the end of this battle. Now, Hezbollah has been already for the last 1.5 years, since November 24, the ceasefire, they rebuilt themselves, they equipped themselves with weapons, with accurate drones, with accurate missiles. We know that they have those missiles in the Bekaa Valley hidden, and we know that the Lebanese government failed to act against them. They have no power, and they have no ability, and they have no capabilities as well, and maybe also their willingness to disarm them. And for this reason, we have a full legitimacy to crush this evil, to crush these forces, and continue protecting our northern border citizens in the state of Israel, which is, again, this evil Hezbollah that have a direct threat among against our citizens and communities in the borders.
Now, I'm hearing from many residents of the north that the northern situation that you're all undergoing feels very invisible to the world, that people don't really understand what is going on. Do you share that feeling?
Yeah, I agree that nobody cares about this actually region. Nobody cares about what's happening here for us. And for this reason, the only force that we trust is IDF, is the Israeli Defense Forces. The only people who care what's happening here are the citizens who live in these borders, or in this border in the Galilee region and in the entire Israel, because we are the ones who suffer. We are the ones who are responsible to defeat and to crush this enemy that want to annihilate us and destroy us. So I don't care about the world, what they think, and the Israeli government should not care what the world will act and think, because they do nothing. We are the most ones who are affected by this, or affected by this evil, and we have the responsibility to crush them, and whatever it takes in Lebanon, we should do in order to protect our citizens, like Raz that you heard now, like myself that I live 3 kilometers from the border. We will not anymore tolerate this evil to be in this border, and will not tolerate Iran sitting in our northern fronts, either in the Lebanese front, neither in the Syrian front, neither in the south in Gaza with Hamas, or anywhere else. That's what is we demand from the Israeli and IDF forces today, and I think the IDF is acting to prevent this evil to develop again at the end of this war, and we will not finish that until the last Shia citizen that support Hezbollah will not be crushed in this region of the south of Litani. No more Hezbollah and Shia supporters of Hezbollah south of Litani River.
Now, do you believe that, I mean, this is not the first time that the IDF has gone into Lebanon. In fact, it's the fourth time, if we look historically and even most recently. So do you believe that this time around it's realistic to say that the IDF will crush Hezbollah and will have them completely dismantled?
I can tell you, as a Maronite, as Israeli Christian Maronite, that I know my people, the Maronite people, were the founders of this Lebanon as a Christian homeland for persecuted Christians in the Middle East. They founded that based on agreements and understanding with the Jewish leaders back then, before Israel was established and before Lebanon was established, to have two homelands for two minorities, to be protected with each other, to defend each other, and to live in peace with each other. This was the vision and the dream for our Christian and Maronite people with the Jews in this region. Some people who are affiliated with globalist agendas and ideologies like Iran, like the Muslim Shia of Lebanon, or the Sunnis of Lebanon, that they side with the Arab and Islamic world and want Lebanon to be part of the conflict against Israel with the Palestinians, they drag this country into mess. They destroy this country in order, instead of making it just a neutral country like Switzerland and living in peace with Israel and with its surrounding. So I think now there is opportunity. The opportunity is to have a regime change in Lebanon, to crash this system that enabled those militias. Since 1969 Cairo Agreement, those militias were eligible to operate from the Lebanese soil against Israel and destroy this beautiful country. We need to finish this scenario, brought this country to a different stage where every community, the Christians, can have their Mount Lebanon Republic living peacefully among themselves and have their own aspirations and live in peace with Israel, have maybe a emirate of Druze and Christians there, have another emirate for Shia in the north east with the Bekaa, and another Sunni in the north with Syria, connected to Syria, and finish this game that is called Unity of Lebanon, which has no actually sense. It's not one nation, never been one nation. You have different nations that need to coexist with each others and with the surroundings. And we will encourage those who want to live in peace with us and be a model for others to be followed and to be copied. If the Christian Druze Emirate want to live in peace, we will help them to prosper, to thrive, industrial zones, high-tech companies, and show the others that it is working. And this way they can follow and we can all enjoy prosperity and peace in this region. That's what the Israeli government should act together with Americans and with the international community at the end of this war.
Just briefly, I'll ask you, we've been discussing in this show, we've been discussing a possible deal or talks with Iran. How do you think a possible deal with Iran will impact the situation in Lebanon?
That's my personal opinion. I don't think a deal with Iran now is actually beneficial for anyone, especially for Israel or for us or for Americans, because the Iranians think and their proxies think that this is a win for them, and that and if they think this way without crashing this regime, it's just a big mistake that we and the Americans will do. So I think for meantime we continue to fight these evil forces, and as much as possible to continue until the regime change happens in Iran. Otherwise, we will actually be again in this scenario in 2 years or in 1 year or in few years from now, and which is not good for anyone in this region. And I heard, that Arab regimes in the region actually are pushing Trump not to accept any deal with Iran without a regime change or without a final winning of this war from the American side, because they know and understand that this would be a threat for them as well as Arabs.
So pushing not to accept any kind of talks or deal. Well, Shadi Halul, thank you very much for all of this.
Thank you.
And now on a completely different subject, we've been talking a lot about the physical impacts of this war, but what about the emotional and the personal sides? How are stress, fear, and constant sirens affecting our relationships, our intimacy? Joining us now is social worker and certified sex therapist, Professor Ateret Gewirtz-Meidan, Associate Professor at the University of Haifa, to help us understand a little bit what people are experiencing and how to navigate it. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So, Ateret, we're living through a very stressful and uncertain time. How does a situation like war, this kind of war with sirens and constant alertness, how does it affect people's sexuality, people's intimacy?
So first of all, there's this big question I'm always being asked, like with all this going on, why are we even talking about sex, right? Why are we even talking about intimacy? And I just want to stress and say that in the midset of this situation and crisis and loss and grief, we instinctively we seek life. And sex is not relationships, intimacy. It's not just about enjoying and stuff like that. It's about restoration and vitality and repair and connection and safety. And I think it's just important to reframe it first and just say, we're not looking at this from like a hedonistic perspective, but the importance of connection and attachment within this situation, which we all really need that.
Absolutely. Now, some
So,
people, yeah, go ahead.
so we started when October 7th actually started, we started a longitudinal study looking into sexuality, intimacy, relationships of couples, and how is it being affected during the war. And what we found was actually there is a strong variability. Like there's a very big difference. And some said they're not affected by it, but a lot, almost 50% experience a decrease in their sexual well-being. So less frequency of intimate relationships, and experience overall low desire and a decrease of their intimate lives.
So I assume when your body is in constant fight or flight mode, is it even possible to feel desire, or does that shut down completely?
So that's the straightforward explanation, right? So really people are stressed, anxious, and obviously it affects their intimacy. But I also want to say that there's some couples that it doesn't, and there's some couples that even said they even had more sexual desire. And again, if we reframe that and say, people in this time of uncertainty and stress, sometimes people need more intimacy, and we have to normalize that as well. So that is also acceptable and normal in times that everything is not normal. And the war affects everything. It affects our sleep. It affects our eating habits. It affects our emotional states. It obviously affects our intimate lives too.
So many families are now home more than ever with children who are out of schools, sometimes all sleeping in the same rooms or running to shelters together or sleeping underground together. How can couples even navigate privacy and intimacy in that kind of reality?
So first I want to calm down and say we don't have to navigate.
Right.
So the most amazing thing that we saw is because it's a longitudinal study and we followed couples. So we saw, yes, at first and in the time of the most crisis. So there's also a lot of practical reasons. People are running to shelters. People are sleeping with their kids in the mamad, and there's sirens going on. But what we saw most interestingly in the second wave is that actually of course, people did not go back to levels as before the war, but we do see that there is an improvement. So just to normalize and calm people down and say, right, maybe we don't have to navigate and have all these things in the right places all the time. And things will get better once all these practical reasons and conditions are actually, calmed down a bit. Because people did mention that. We asked a lot of people, what are they experiencing? And the reasons we got were just feeling anxious and depressed, and we're in this running to the shelter and we're sleeping everyone in the same room, or a lot of people, their partner's not even home, right? They're in Miluim or they're in Miluim. And that is also, there's a lot of practical reasons again, and those will hopefully, get resolved once things calm down.
And we also know that usually during wartime, there are baby booms, they say, during war. So that must have an explanation.
Right. So that's part of it. So baby boom is part of understanding that sexuality, we like to reframe it as a very taboo and maybe like, this is for, I got a lot of backlash for even looking and researching sexuality during wartime, right? Because Israel is a very small country. And people also felt it's inappropriate to engage in sexuality or discuss that. And we all have to be eyes focused on war, and we all have to, like, this strong sense of solidarity, right?
Right.
So, but then again, if we understand sexuality as a form of connection and attachment and vitality and life, so it also explains baby boom, right? And it explains why some people even have more sexual desire at these times and why people still engage in intimate relationships in these times. We strive and we want to live and we want connection and we want the sense of safety and we need that.
So, some advice. What's one practical thing that couples can do right now to stay connected?
So first of all, I just want to normalize and say I would be in a very self-compassionate, I would have a lot of self-compassion towards ourselves because again, we saw different profiles of people. Some experience a decrease, some even an increase. So whatever you're experiencing, it's okay. And I would accept that and not get stressed over that and not try to fight that, but kind of like accept that. And also evidence-based, because we saw an improvement, I also want to calm down couples and say, whatever you're experiencing, it will get better. We see that in research. So just
So, just quickly in 20 seconds, one tip because we're about to
calm
finish our
down.
broadcast.
Everything is normal. Every reaction is normal in this non-normal situation. And whatever you're experiencing, just accept it and it's okay.
Any
We will
tip
get
on how
through
to
this.
connect?
Try to avoid the sirens. I heard there's this app, right? When to go into the shower, maybe they can make
So,
one
you're
for
saying they should make an app for when to be intimate.
maybe that's a startup. I want my name on that.
Well, in the land of startups and tech, they may take you up on this idea.
Thank you so much.
Well, Professor Ateret Gewirtz-Meidan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. We're here every hour on the Hour with the latest breaking developments, in-depth reports, and exclusive insights into the stories shaping the region and the world. Stay with us throughout the day for our next editions of ILTV. I'm Sivan Raviv. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast, U.S. proposes 15-point plan for Iran ahead of negotiations. Israeli cities bombarded with ballistic missile salvos, leaving many injured. Northern front intensifies as 27-year-old Israeli killed by Hezbollah missiles. With uncertainty hanging over a potential halt to the U.S.-Israeli strikes if agreement is reached between Washington and Tehran, Israel is using the days to continuously pound Iran with waves of airstrikes. It's day 26 of the war with Iran, and the IDF is focused on ballistic missile launchers, targeted elimination of operatives, and strikes on production sites. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest on Operation Roaring Lion.
The IDF sent ongoing waves of airstrikes on the Iranian terror regime's ballistic missile program, aimed at reducing threats to Israel's home front. Over 600 strikes have hit missile infrastructure in recent days. Recent intelligence reports indicate low morale, absenteeism, and wear among Revolutionary Guard's missile units. Operatives are fearing for their safety and refusing to enter launch sites due to systematic, targeted strikes by Israel. The Israeli Air Force destroyed a loaded ballistic missile launcher ready to be fired at Israel. Footage released by the IDF shows the launcher neutralized, preventing an attack. Additional strikes hit storage and launch sites, including personnel across western Iran. Aircraft continue operations to identify and strike launchers in real time. The damage to Iran's ballistic missile infrastructure remains a central part of the systematic effort to weaken the Iranian terror regime. With strikes continuing around the clock, the IDF is relentlessly targeting Iran's missile networks to keep Israel safe as pressure mounts and the war could soon reach an end.
U.S. President Donald Trump says Iran has offered a very significant prize from Iran related to oil, gas, and the Strait of Hormuz, and says a resolution could be reached. Trump said the talks were productive and focused on a complete end to hostilities, adding that Iran wants to make a deal. A 15-point plan proposed by U.S. officials has reportedly been received by unnamed high-ranking Iranian officials, and talks could take place in Pakistan in the coming days. But even as talks are planned, CENTCOM is striking Islamic regime targets, with the U.S. strike on a key energy facility being postponed for 5 days as reported negotiations continue, signaling a possible diplomatic off-ramp. Trump said talks have gone perfectly, but warned that if negotiations fail, military action will continue.
But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the Strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the Strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know, but they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that.
But Iran is denying that any talks are taking place, accusing Trump of using negotiations to escape a difficult situation. An Iranian military spokesperson says the United States is negotiating with itself.
اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد. حق و باطل و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی‌شود.
Speaking directly to the U.S. president, an Iranian military spokesman said people like us can never get along with people like you. He then mocked the U.S. president in English.
Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
U.S. President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal to end the war. His administration has sent Tehran 15 conditions covering nuclear, missile, and regional proxy issues. And Israel warns a premature ceasefire could let Iran gain the upper hand. ILTV's Kalev Ben David has the details.
U.S. President Donald Trump says his administration is talking to the right people in Iran, claiming the regime wants to make a deal so badly to end the war. His negotiators, including Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Vice President J.D. Vance, are leading discussions. Israeli officials say Washington sent Tehran 15 conditions to end hostilities, covering both U.S. and Israel war goals. But Jerusalem is skeptical Iran will agree and fears the U.S. may push for a month-long ceasefire first rather than securing terms. According to sources, Kushner and Witkoff have proposed a ceasefire period during which the parties would negotiate the 15-point agreement similar to past Trump-brokered deals with Hamas and Lebanon. Trump says he reached some 15 points of agreement in indirect talks with Iran, a scenario that has Israel's leaders sleepless, fearing Iran could gain the upper hand before terms are finalized. Israel's Channel 12 reported that the Trump administration sent Iran 15 conditions as terms for ending the war. U.S. demands include 1. Dismantle existing nuclear capabilities. 2. Commit never to pursue nuclear weapons. 3. No uranium enrichment on Iranian territory. 4. Hand over 450 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to the IAEA. 5. Dismantle Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow nuclear facilities. 6. Grant full access and transparency to the IAEA. 7. Abandon the regional proxy paradigm. 8. Stop funding, direction, and arming of regional proxies. 9. Keep the Strait of Hormuz opened as a free maritime corridor. 10. Limit missile program in range and quantity. And 11. Any future missile use restricted to self-defense. Iranian benefits would include 12. Full lifting of international sanctions. 13. U.S. support for civilian nuclear programs, including Bushehr electricity. 14. Remove the snapback mechanism for automatic sanctions reimposition. Item 15 was not revealed. Trump says this framework could end the war, but Israel warns it must be enforced or Iran could emerge with strategic gains. The report lays out Trump's conditions, but says Israel fears he'll push first for a month-long ceasefire.
A 27-year-old woman has been killed in a Hezbollah rocket attack on northern Israel as incoming fire from Lebanon and from Iran continues. Nouriel Dubin, a youth counselor who was about to be married, was fatally wounded by shrapnel near Machanaim Junction after a barrage of around 30 rockets targeted the Rosh Pinah area. 2 others were lightly injured. MDA medics say they found her unconscious with severe injuries and were forced to declare her dead at the scene. Separately, an Iranian missile impact in Sfat lightly wounded 2 people from glass shards. In the south, Soroka Hospital says a doctor in his 30s was moderately injured after an intercepted missile fragment fell near his home in a Bedouin village near Netavim. His wife and infant daughter were also lightly hurt. In central Israel, 9 people were injured in Bnei Brak, including a 23-year-old man in moderate condition. Others, including children and an elderly woman, were lightly injured by blasts or shrapnel. Additional impacts were reported in Petach Tikva, Givat Shmuel, and Rosh Ha'ain, causing damage, but no further injuries. Standing by with the latest on incoming rocket fire is ILTV's Devo Klein.
Hey, Emily, I'm standing here at Culture Square in the heart of Tel Aviv. There's not a lot of people around right now, and that may be due to the constant sirens that have been plaguing central Israel all morning and of the last few hours. The Islamic regime sending back-to-back barrages to various locations, a lot of them overlapping in the Tel Aviv metropolitan area. So really just sending thousands of Israelis into shelters all morning long. Now, as of the latest barrage, Emily, I can report that there have been quite a few falls, but most of them have been in open areas. Those ballistic missiles that were heading toward civilian and other infrastructure have been successfully intercepted. One case in Hadera, which is in northern Israel, which houses one of Israel's largest energy infrastructures. That was the latest target of the Islamic regime. That was, in fact, not hit, and the ballistic missile fell in open area, so there was no interception. There was a big cloud of smoke, and people were sharing as others have been intercepted. Now, what's interesting, Emily, is that these latest barrages from the Islamic regime, they're of course containing these splitting warheads. What that's doing is that's creating more impact sites and less damages. We're actually seeing less fatalities from the Islamic regime ballistic missiles. Where we are getting fatalities is actually from the rockets coming from Hezbollah in Lebanon. These rockets are significantly less intellectual and sophisticated as what's coming in from the Islamic regime in Iran, but they're actually causing more fatalities. Of the past 5 days, we've actually had 2 fatalities in northern Israel, a gentleman from Iskavam and a 27-year-old woman. May both their memories be a blessing. But as of right now, we can't report on any injuries and no damages, and that's the latest.
All right, thank you, Devo. And now joining the broadcast is Benham Ben Teleblu of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Benham, it's great to have you with us today on ILTV. To start, I mean, what do you think of President Trump's recent comments? Is it even possible to reach an agreement with this regime still intact, or at least as intact as it is today?
Hi, Emily. Always a pleasure to be with you. I think you hit the nail right on the head, because there really is no agreement, you should say, to be had with a regime like the Islamic Republic, particularly after the war. This is a regime that is coarsening, hardening, increasingly paranoid, isolated, and militarized. So it'll be really hard to actually be able to get a good deal that meets U.S. national security interests, particularly along the reported 15 lines that the president had allegedly sent over yesterday. Now, the flip side is that any war, even major wars or total war, do still have to come to conclusions and do still have to be agreed to come to a conclusion. And for that, it always takes two to tango. In the case of this conflict, it'll take at least three to tango. But it's hard to see an overlap in the Venn diagram between America, Israel, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. So I do think here that we're in store for a bit more of the fighting than the press over the past 48 hours has been making, given the president's interest in talking more about energy markets and talking more about potentially trying to find, or intonating more that there may be a version of Delcy Rodriguez in Tehran.
Well, one of President Trump's comments was about how regime change has already taken place, in his words, because the people leading today are different than they were before this war. How do you think, or how are you hearing that Iranians on the ground feel about such comments?
Well, I haven't heard in the past 24 hours a direct comment on the phone. And, I'm stressing on the phone because both in the month of January as well as in the month of March, when the regime shut down the internet for 20 plus days, one of the ways Iranians were still getting information that was via direct landline, which is quite brave because these lines can be tapped, monitored, and even monetized because the Iranians would be placing more international calls. So this is, just yet another sign of the bravery of the, increasingly dissatisfied Iranian population. So I have personally not heard anything in relation to that comment. But what I can tell you, having spoken to Iranians throughout January, and then especially into February when the internet was restored, is that Iranians didn't take to the streets in the month of January and really die in those numbers, 30 to 40,000 minimum, as has been reported, just from musical chairs at the top. In their minds, that isn't regime change. Now, the president is absolutely right that there's a different cast of characters, but that different cast of characters is proof that the Middle East can always go from bad to worse. Again, the Middle East, if this regime survives and there is no meaningful containment and rollback policy by America and Israel after the major military operations conclude, I would say get ready for a Middle Eastern version of North Korea. And that's certainly not what Iranian population came out in droves to protest against.
Absolutely not. I do want to ask you, that 15-point plan that we're hearing about, it includes demands that the Islamic Republic would never have considered prior to this war. Do you think the situation is different now? Are there some flexibility points on this 15-point proposal that they would be willing to concede on?
Well, there's some things that I have questions about in those 15 points. Again, what has been reported by Israeli and Arab press in English has shed more light into those points than that which we've seen by American or other Western outlets. But there's things in there that relate to snapback, which already happened, that don't really make sense to me. Moreover, there's some specific language about about no enrichment on Iranian territory. For me, I'd be better to have it as no enrichment at all for the Islamic Republic of Iran, because then you get back into multinational consortia and things that the Islamic Republic was indirectly talking about with the U.S. In the spring of 2025 before the 12-day war. My fear isn't actually that content, though. My fear is that the regime may simply lie and try to give the president, a 2-year window for the illusion of a political win, and basically run the clock on the West again, especially in a world in which President Trump or Prime Minister Netanyahu may not be at the helm, and they feel that they can kind of avoid international probation. And I do call this a model. This is the Burma model, where the regime brings someone from the political fringes to the center, distracts us, says yes to the things that we care about, and then in practice, in terms of their policy, goes back to business once they believe the threat subsides. So despite my issue with one or two of the points of the language in the 15 points, my real fear here is the Iranian response. And here I want to say for the audience, just hours ago, reportedly per the Iranian Persian language press, the state is saying that they won't make deals with people who have been violating deals in the past. So this might be the hard right in the Islamic Republic trying to say no to the 15 points, which, by the way, if they do, is just proof that even during the war, these guys are still leading with their chin.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of pot calling the kettle black to be saying that that the United States is violating agreements. But we do have to end it there. I want to thank you, Behnam, for your insight today.
Great to be with you. Thanks, Emily.
And moving on, as Israel navigates ongoing tensions with Iran, many families are rethinking what it means to build a secure future here. For some, that includes the dream of owning a home. But in today's climate, the process can certainly feel overwhelming. And that's where Aliyah comes in. With teams across the country, the company provides end-to-end guidance from choosing the right location to coordinating legal and financial steps. Their goal is simple: to bring clarity and confidence to buyers during a complex time. Because today, buying a home in Israel isn't just an investment, it's a step towards stability. To learn more, scan the QR code on your screen. Turning to the Lebanon front, where the IDF is moving to gain effective control of South Lebanon up to the Litani River. Israeli officials are now viewing an expanded IDF buffer as the most effective means to protect the northern border area, while continuing to degrade Hezbollah missile launch capabilities all over Lebanon. ILTV's Devil Klein has the latest.
Overnight, the IDF struck key river crossings used by Hezbollah to move weapons and operatives. Under the 36th Division, Golani forces continue targeted ground operations to expand the forward security zone. Troops killed 8 terrorists in close combat, including a Radwan Force sniper, and destroyed an underground shaft used for staging and weapon storage. Dozens of rockets, rifles, machine guns, and grenades were all destroyed. The Air Force struck fuel stations linked to Hezbollah's Al-Amana network, a key source of funding and logistics. In Beirut, strikes hit headquarters, including the Radwan Force, intelligence units, and infrastructure operating from a radio station.
מאות אלפי תושבי דרום לבנון שהתפנו צפונה לא יחזרו דרומית לנהר הליטני עד להבטחת הביטחון לתושבי הצפון. כל 5 הגשרים על הליטני ששימשו את החיזבאללה למעבר מחבלים ואמצעי לחימה פוצצו, וצה"ל ישלוט בשאר הגשרים ובמרחב הביטחוני עד הליטני.
France is publicly urging Israel to refrain from expanding ground operations, warning it could have major humanitarian consequences. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot also praised Lebanon for expelling Iran's ambassador, accusing Hezbollah of dragging the country into a new conflict. Defense Minister Katz says Israel will take control of areas in southern Lebanon as part of its security efforts. He added that the Lebanese government had a chance to disarm Hezbollah and failed to do so.
As war continues across Israel, thousands of workers will receive only partial paychecks before Passover. 5,000 families are currently on the waiting list for a Passover food basket from Yad Ezra V'Shulamit, Israel's largest distributor of food baskets to the poor in Israel. Joining us now is Yad Ezra V'Shulamit Resource Manager Danny Gewirtz to give us the inside scoop on what's happening today. Danny, thank you for joining us. Right now, we're just a few days before Passover. I want to ask you, what are you witnessing in terms of how this war is impacting Israeli families?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Good to be here. When war surges, it doesn't just hit the front lines, it drains the lifeline of organizations like ours. I think what we're seeing here right now, Emily, is what I call the perfect storm. As you mentioned, it's right before Pesach, so the timing really couldn't be worse. We have a war, there's less funds available. Many organizations are fighting for that piece of pie that's out there to give to organizations like ours. The shekel dollar rate is killing us, as many of our donors have found out. People aren't working also. People, of course, are at home. They're home with their kids. Our fundraisers, who should be out in the States right now, have been basically grounded. The local telemarketers haven't been able to go to work. I should be out there going and talking to major donors. It's heartbreaking, really, what's going on, because we're struggling to even reach the 60,000 food baskets, which every year we're committed to giving. And as you mentioned, we have 5,000 families on a waiting list that don't know if they will even have the assistance that Yad Ezra V'Shulamit gives them, and that they depend on every single year.
Who's being hit hardest by this war that you've seen so far?
Well, it's hardworking families, families with lots of children, the elderly, Holocaust victims, anyone who depends really on Yad Ezra V'Shulamit for their basic needs, for that food basket that comes to them. And it's just been very, very tough. It's basically just people who depend on us for food.
Those who are really in need right now. I do want to ask you, I mean, given the unique circumstances, you spoke a bit about it, but how does the fundraising this year compare to previous years?
Well, as I mentioned, the fundraisers have basically been grounded as you can't leave the country. The telemarketers are basically at work, so they haven't been hitting the phones. And it's really created a shortfall in our ability to meet that commitment of 60,000 food baskets. We have 5,000 people on a waiting list, and I'm imploring people or challenging them to take the food basket challenge, as the jargon goes here today, to go out there, and if everyone who's watching will take on a food basket or two, it'll really help narrow the gap of where we would like to be. So there's a saying in the Haggadah, I'm sure you're familiar with it, halach manya, let them come and eat. And that's a call for everyone to host people into their houses, to give people to eat. It's hard to do, obviously, but people can really actually do that before all and go and donate a food basket and make sure that people who depend on us have what to eat. The holiday is so expensive. I'm sure you realize food prices have been soaring for years, but Passover always sees an increase in those food prices. And people can help if they just want to. They can go out and they can scan the code there, and they can actually give a food basket to a needy family in Israel, a poor, needy family. These are the vulnerable people who are really feeling the effects of the war. But the audience, your audience, can go out there and make a difference.
Absolutely. I think the need is perhaps greater than it has been for quite some time. The last 2 years in general has been difficult, but definitely right now a challenging time. Thank you so much for all the work that you're doing and for joining us today, Danny.
Thank you very much.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Well, now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 9 degrees Celsius or 49 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and rainy showers alongside steady temperatures with highs of 14 degrees Celsius or 57 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching. Moving now to the south, where a community in Arad suffered severe damages after an Islamic regime's ballistic missile struck a residential block. The community living in that area identifies as Hasidic Gur, an ultra-Orthodox sect that engages in humility and quiet living, showing that even the simplest of communities can be targeted in this ongoing war, and highlighting that even they need our help to rebuild. Sarah Friedman of the World Jewish Congress was on the ground. Take a look.
We are here in the southern Israeli city of Arad, a quiet desert community that just days ago was shattered by the reality of war. On Saturday night, Iranian ballistic missiles struck directly into a civilian neighborhood here, hitting homes and leaving dozens wounded, many of them children, as entire residential buildings were torn apart in an instant. This is not just any neighborhood. The areas struck were homes to members of the Gur Hasidic community, a close-knit, deeply rooted sect within the ultra-Orthodox world, where life revolves around faith, family, and unshakable sense of communal responsibility. I myself come from this group. There are families who built their lives and routine around prayer, around raising children in safety and tradition, and in a single moment, that sense of security was ripped away. We are here with those families, listening to their stories, witnessing their resilience, and standing with a community now forced to navigate trauma while holding on to faith.
Most of the people that live in the community are innocent citizens who work hard for their living, families with a lot of children, and everything just ended in 1 second. Now they're left with nothing. They're left with no house, no furniture, no clothes, no games, no books, no money. They have nothing. They can't work because and then we've got Pesach next week, and everybody was all organized. Their houses were clean, more or less, and they had matzot and food all ready for them to start their yontif. Now they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do, and they can't just pack into anyone's houses because everybody here in Israel has got the same thing. We're all living in this situation that we don't know what's going to happen any second, and whoever has got bomb shelters in their house is not made for 30 people. It's made for just the family people who are there. So they all need help. Everybody needs help to get back to what they need.
Most people here have kids, 5, 6 kids, large families, and they're looking for a place, a roof over their head where to live. And one of the solutions is to find in the south of the country, not in the center of Israel, a quiet neighborhood which is modest, simple, and homes for people to live. Most people that live here are people that are struggling for their dollar, and they found some type of buildings. As one looks down the block, this is a simple residential place with simple houses for people that should be able to make a living and be able to have a roof over their head and be able to support their children in a normal factor. The city of Arad is known for many years for having more and more residents coming, enjoying the quiet and the sincerity of the city, and they actually are very, very happy with this neighborhood. This week, Saturday night, is one of the nights that Arad will remember it for always. It has changed the face of Arad. Many people that have always felt secure here. People in this building, a family with 6 children, a large family. In this room, actually, we saw the whole cement, everything fell apart. 3 kids sleeping on that floor, all over them. The ambulance emergency system, Hatzalah came to take them out, not knowing if they're alive or dead. Thank God, wonders of wonders, everybody's alive.
The mission of the World Jewish Congress has always been clear: to connect and protect Jewish communities wherever they are. And in moments like this, that mission is not abstract, it's urgent.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. President Trump announces talks with Iran to end the war, suspends U.S. attacks on its energy infrastructure until Friday, and says the regime is desperate to make a deal. Iranian officials deny Trump's claims, say he is negotiating with himself, and they will only end the conflict on their terms. The IDF intensifies its strikes on Iran's military infrastructure, targeting missile launchers, weapon production sites, and regime operatives. The U.S. orders 2,000 paratroopers to the region for a possible ground operation if peace talks fail. Iran and Hezbollah continue to fire waves of missiles at Israel, with most intercepted by air defense systems. but some do get through, causing injuries and fatalities. Most recently, 27-year-old Nouriel Dubin killed in northern Israel from a rocket fired from South Lebanon. The IDF steps up its fire on Hezbollah operatives and infrastructure in South Lebanon and expands its ground operations there, blowing up bridges across the Litani River to prevent the movement of Hezbollah weapons and forces into the combat zone. And now our big story. President Trump's surprise announcement of constructive peace talks with the Iranian leadership may have been an exaggeration or wishful thinking, as with many of his public statements, but it was a clear sign that Trump is now at the stage of looking for an exit ramp to end the conflict, although not just on any terms. So the intransigent Iranian regime may not provide him with that out, and the war may go on, may even intensify. But Israel's leadership must now start seriously planning for a U.S. post-war arrangement that sees the regime seriously weakened but still in place. It must declare its own red lines for ending the IDF's offensive against Iran's military infrastructure and decide if and how to continue the war against Hezbollah while capitalizing on new diplomatic opportunities that may arise as a result of the geopolitical consequences of this conflict. First, here's some of what President Trump is saying.
If we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know. But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, you know, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining position.
Well, joining us now is retired IDF Colonel Miri Eisen, now a senior fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. Miri, thank you for joining us. President Trump, as usual, sounding optimistic. Clearly, he wants to have some kind of deal. A lot of skepticism here among Israeli officials. Do you share that? And what about perhaps the possibility we might even see a ceasefire during a negotiating period? Some people are even talking about maybe even a 60-day ceasefire.
One of the things we always forget is that with every military campaign, it does come to an end. And the question is on whose terms and at what stage. Right now, President Trump, I am putting aside the rhetoric. I'm sitting here as an Israeli. You and I both, Kalev, here in Israel. In the last just few hours or last days, we go to our bomb shelter, we come home. We go to our safe room, we come home. We're very aware of what the Islamic regime still has. I don't think that there will be an endless war. This is going to end, and I think that we're already past the halfway stage, if I can call that. Will it end tomorrow morning? Will it be a ceasefire that will be like it's been in other places? A ceasefire doesn't mean that it's peace and everything stops. It means that you have some agreed parameters. Those are things which I think the United States is much more heavily involved in right now. In the meantime, Israel is continuing to attack all the different type of list of targets that you talked about before. So we're still on the go, and when we need to stop, we will know how to do so.
Right. Well, let's talk about that. Iran, of course, the regime is weakened. Of course, President Trump said that no nuclear weapons, no enrichment. There's this 15-point plan, but it's going to be negotiated. What should be Israel's red lines in order to end at least its offensive against Iran?
So there are two different things here. For the last 30 years, Israel has been at the forefront of the fact that Iran should never go nuclear. And I want to say happily, that is something that the entire world has understood and has stood up for. I think that the second thing is that Israel does not believe Iran, or I should say do not believe this Islamic regime, and we haven't believed them for the last 30 years. And at the end, sadly, we've been proven correct time and time again. The Islamic regime lies. It wants to build nuclear weapons. weapons. It's trying to build nuclear weapons. It's doing it in a variety of different ways. They've said in the past that they wouldn't enrich. They enriched. They've said in the past that they don't aspire to weapons. They aspire. So you have to go within the arena that we don't believe them. So you want to put in very clear type of limits where you are overlooking it. Remember that we have absolute air superiority right now over all of Iran. That is a huge military capability. And that means that if they don't abide by what needs to be done, no nuclear at all, then both the United States and Israel have that capacity to continue doing what they've been doing for the last 26 days.
Right. Now, of course, the nuclear issue is paramount, existential for Israel, but Israel has other concerns. Iran's conventional ballistic missile program, its support for its terror proxies. How insistent should Israel be that those be red lines if it faces the prospect, for example, of the Trump administration lifting sanctions, leaving the regime in place and lifting sanctions that will strengthen it in the long term?
Well, one of those things that comes up all of the time is what will that regime do? Will it yet again, like it did after June of last year, or even after November when Israel and Lebanon signed a ceasefire that had to do with Hezbollah, that main Iranian Islamic regime proxy? So I think that Israel right now is clearly diminishing and degrading the missile and drone capability in a variety of ways. It's going after the launchers. It's going after the launch sites. It's going after the arsenals of weapons. It's the places where they do the R&D to do a lot of new different types. And also Israel, both together and separately, Kalev, started a ground operation together with an air operation against the main proxy, Hezbollah. This, of course, after Hezbollah made a clear-cut choice on March 2nd to join in with the Islamic regime. I think for Israel, the main aspect will be that in any agreement now that the United States arrives with the Islamic regime, whoever there is doing that, because that's not directly Israel, the campaign that Israel is doing to diminish and degrade Hezbollah in Lebanon will be separate and will continue. That's on our northern border. As you mentioned before, we had a young woman, 27 years old, driving in a car, got out of the car because of the alert and was killed by a Hezbollah rocket. And when we're talking a Hezbollah rocket, that means an Iranian-made Hezbollah rocket.
Right, but of course, Mary, Israel came to a ceasefire agreement that was overseen by the U.S. Last year, where Hezbollah was supposed to be disarmed. Clearly, as you said, every day we see that Hezbollah has not been disarmed. Israel may come under similar pressure for another such agreement when the Iran war, if and when it ends. So how is it going to ensure that it doesn't come to another agreement that really will not have any substance to it?
There are real big changes that are happening inside Lebanon, and if there's one thing that gives me a positive outlook, it's the fact that in the last 26 days, Lebanese, and I'm not talking about the common Lebanese, I'm talking about the Lebanese president, prime minister, and foreign minister have openly said that the reason, the fault for everything happening in Lebanon right now is Hezbollah, not Israel. Israel has been very clear in targeting Hezbollah targets, both in the south and in Beirut and in the Bekaa Valley. This is not Israel against Lebanon. And when you talk about, so how do you ensure, maybe, perhaps, we want to hope, but you got to also help them a bit, if this new Lebanese government that is openly willing to outlaw Hezbollah, Kalev, they're willing to banish the Iranian ambassador from Lebanon. These are huge steps for the Lebanese government, and they're the ones that can perhaps be the ones that hand in hand, it's not an easy process, will disarm Hezbollah. So I really do think that that could be a major game changer. It definitely impacts Israel. It doesn't mean that Hezbollah won't have yet another missile to fire, but it means that they can be pushed aside within Lebanon. That's the best for us all.
Right. Mary, you mentioned how this conflict is being a game changer for Lebanon. But if we're looking at the region in the Middle East, not just Lebanon, I mean, we're seeing really major geopolitical shifts underway in the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, in terms of their military posture towards it, even in countries like Qatar and Oman. What are the opportunities that Israel perhaps could take advantage of, may have to, if it is going to have to restrain an Iranian regime that at the end of this war is weakened but still standing?
Let's say it's weakened and still standing. Let's look at the countries that are nearby. At the end, Israel is over 1,000 miles away from Iran. If we look at Qatar that you mentioned, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, or Saudi Arabia, let alone Oman, all of these countries right now have directly been attacked by this Islamic regime. They've been targeted by them. They've had ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, different types of capabilities thrown at them over these last 25 days. This brings about an opportunity, and it's horrible that war does this, but it does. It's about a security coalition. It's about seeing together that this regime, you can't believe it, all of these countries for so many years cultivated a hand-in-hand relationship with Iran. They did nothing against Iran on February 28th, and yet this Islamic regime attacked them. And I think that there is the possibility here for, I don't call this isn't about, peace and everybody's happy, but about working together with all of these countries against a joint threat to make sure it's diminished, it's degraded, that Iran and that Islamic regime are not the ones defining the rules of the game in the Middle East.
And Mary, finally, I want to ask you, obviously, as we said before, even if the war would end today, the fact that the Iranian regime has been weakened, that is a huge gain or benefit for Israel. But is it too early to say potentially what are the lessons, both positive and less so, that Israel has learned, at least from this conflict so far?
I actually think that Israel's portion within this conflict, we've implemented lessons of the last 2.5 years. I don't think that we expected instant regime change. It's about enabling that possibility. What Israel has been doing prevent and preempt. When the Islamic regime openly calls for the annihilation of the State of Israel, the Zionist entity, we're not sitting around and waiting. We're going after the different capabilities that they built all of the years. It doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make it easy. But the idea is that terror organizations, terror regimes, terror entities don't get to define the rules of the game. I think these are lessons that we learned. We still need to implement more of them. But the strongest lesson for me, Kalev, is that we cannot only have our military prowess, and look at me with my fist right now. We also need to develop that important diplomatic muscle. It goes hand in hand. That's what could bring together a better future, a coalition, difference with Lebanon, let alone with all of the Gulf countries.
All right, and perhaps those opportunities will arise, and they can be utilized to secure Israel's future. Colonel Miri Eisen, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thank you so much, Kalev.
Now, as the war approaches the 1-month mark, major questions arise over what is really going on now in Iran. Who is actually in charge there? How willing or not might they be to now make the compromises that are needed to end this war? And what is the current state of the Iranian people, especially in the face of a possible resolution that will still leave the Ayatollah's regime in place, weakened, but still in place? Well, let's take a listen to one Iranian response to President Trump's call for peace talks.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ نه خبری از سرمایه‌گذاری‌هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می‌شود. ثبات از طریق قدرت. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود.
Well, joining us now is Mitra Jashny. She is a political and cultural expert on Iran and advisor at the Iranian Americans for Liberty organization. Mitra, thank you so much for joining us. You heard from that military spokesperson for the Iranian army, just outright defiance. But, of course, it does beg the question, as I said, who is really in charge of Iran? And maybe more important than which individuals are, what is really their state of mind at this moment? What's your best estimate?
Thank you very much for having me in your show. That's an honor to talk with the people of Iran and also people of Israel and Americans via this show. In reality, we are dealing with two layers of power in Iran. The first, in the official narrative presented through state media, an attempt to portray a centralized leadership increasingly around Mojtaba Khamenei, as everybody knows. But the second layer in the actual power structure, and here serious question arise: where is this leader? How can a country that is currently at war have a figure who is not publicly visible? And more importantly, is he truly the chosen leader of the system, or is this the constructed image designed to mask where power really lies? What we are seeing suggests the latter. Mojtaba Khamenei appears less as an independent decision maker and more as a symbol within a broader power. The real power today lies with the IRGC, because they control the military force, they effectively control the state. And this influence extends across the entire political structure, from the so-called elected president to other key figures, and operating within a system ultimately shaped and constrained by the IRGC. So this is not about a single leader. It is about a military-dominated power structure that defines decision-making in Iran today.
Right, but is this a structure that can perhaps make some of the kind of compromises that President Trump believes is necessary for a peace deal?
First, it is very difficult to determine whether President Trump's statements about contacts or negotiations with the figures inside the Islamic Republic, especially at the highest levels, reflect actual engagement, or whether they are part of the broader strategic efforts to influence internal dynamics. That said, one principle remains clear. Leaders act based on the interests of their own nations. It is therefore understandable that both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu would pursue any strategy they believe serves their national interests. However, there is a critical distinction that must be made. Negotiating with the Islamic Republic may at best function as a temporary bondage, but it does not address the underlying problem. From both lived experience and long-term observation, I do not see credible evidence that this system is capable of a meaningful or a structural change. And this is not only about its internal governance, it is even more evident in its external behavior. The Islamic Republic has consistently demonstrated patterns of regional destabilizations, ideological rigidity, and the use of violence as a tool of policy. So while it may offer limited concession in the short term to preserve itself, it is difficult to view it as a reliable actor that will uphold long-term commitments, whether with the United States, Israel, or any other country. As I mentioned earlier, the regime may be prepared to offer certain concessions, particularly in the short term, if doing so help ensure its survival. Any such negotiations would most likely take place with the United States, not with Israel, as your previous guest mentioned, as the Islamic Republic does not recognize Israel's legitimacy and does not engage with it directly. However, even if an agreement is reached, it is likely to be temporary in nature, and at present, we have not seen a decisive shift that fundamentally weakens the regime.
So let me ask you, if the military operation were to continue in some way, even expand, is there any prospect for regime change? Any point at which the regime would be so weakened that the Iranian public would feel secure enough to again either take to the streets or challenge the regime without risking their lives?
We hope that actually this is very difficult to reach inside Iran right now, because as you know, we don't have any access to internet. The people even can't talk with their family. They just call us in a few minutes, and after 2 or 3 minutes is going to be cut the phone. But as we see, we continue to see threats such as the potential closure of the Strait Hormuz alongside ongoing regional activities that contribute to the instability. But if I want to talk about inside the Iran, but I can say you something honestly and clearly. If a deal is reached that leaves the Islamic Republic in power, I believe this would be one of the most disappointing outcomes from the Iranian people. It is essential to make a clear distinction. The people of Iran are not the regime. They have been among its primary victims for decades, and they really hope something change. No nation welcomes war. No society wants to see its cities damaged or its infrastructure destroyed. This is especially true for Iranians who have already endured years of economic hardship, much of it driven by the regime's own policies and decisions, of course. At the same time, many are still grieving recent losses, and yet, despite all of this, some have accepted the risk of this war because they hope it might lead to real and meaningful change. If that hope is not realized, then once again, it is the Iranian people who will bear the cost. What we are already witnessing in deeply concerning increased internal repression threats against activists even outside Iran, and growing pressure on families and relatives inside the country. So in such a scenario, the consequences will not limit it to politics. They will be human, societal, and deeply personal for millions of Iranians.
All right. Well, we wish the best, of course, as always, for the Iranian people. Mitra Jashny, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. In the first 2 months of 1999, Saddam Hussein's Iraq fired over 40 Scud missiles into Israel, damaging thousands of homes in the center of the country, wounding dozens, and killing 2 residents of Ramat Gan. Like most Israelis during that period, I huddled in a regular room in my apartment, sealing the door and windows with towels and tape in anticipation of a chemical weapon attack that never came and never was going to come. What I didn't have then, like so many other Israelis, was a protected room in my apartment or quick access to a shelter. That was 35 years ago. Lucky for me, my current home does have a shelter in our building. But many are not so fortunate. A report issued by the State Comptroller's Office in January found that over 3 million Israelis still live without the benefit of a protected room in their homes or quick access to a shelter. The problem is especially acute among the Arab and Bedouin communities. But as the last month has shown, there's no shortage of this particular shortage in many other places and sectors of the country. The lack of proper shelters is a problem that residents of the Gaza border area in the south, the Lebanon border area in the north, who have both borne the brunt of enemy air attacks for decades, have long sounded the alarm over. And the 12-day war with Iran last June was a belated wake-up call for the rest of the country. Of course, the situation could be much worse. Some 6 million Israelis do have access to shelters, even if some are still negligent in following home front commands to promptly seek cover in them, leading to some tragic incidents. And Israel's array of air defense systems, such as the Arrow and Iron Dome, even if not 100% effective, have undoubtedly saved thousands of lives from the waves of Iranian and Hezbollah missile attacks. But there is no reason that a country which spent billions and invested immense efforts in developing those remarkable security devices could not even more easily have met the challenge of providing the low-tech and lower-cost security solution of adequate shelters and protected rooms for the millions of Israelis still lacking them. The fault is a lack of proper planning by local authorities, misplaced budgetary priorities by national governments, and perhaps a general sense of complacency that the day would come when Israel would find itself under this threat of continuous air attacks for this period of time. But Saddam's scuds 35 years ago should have been sufficient warning. And now the government must ensure as quickly as possible that if and when the next war comes, millions of Israelis won't again find themselves without a proper protected roof over their heads. Thank you for joining ILTV Security Brief.
Across the Holy Land, families are living under the shadow of war, haunted by the constant wail of sirens. In recent days, rockets launched by Iran's terror proxy Hezbollah have targeted northern Israel. For many, there are just seconds to reach shelter. Civilians have been injured and lives have been lost. Imagine being elderly, unable to move quickly, unable to leave your home. Imagine being a child at night, woken up by explosions. For the people of Israel, this is daily life. Families are displaced, seniors are alone and afraid. Children are growing up with the sounds of missiles overhead. And yet, because of friends like you, they are not alone. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground, providing bomb shelters, food, clothing, emergency aid, and even life-saving support to all who are in harm's way. In times such as these, your compassion brings comfort, safety, and hope to God's people. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom. Give generously today. To rush your gift, call 888-488-IFCJ or go online to ifcj.org. U.S. President Donald Trump says Iran has offered a very significant prize from Iran related to oil, gas, and the Strait of Hormuz, and says a resolution could be reached. Trump said the talks were productive and focused on a complete end to hostilities, adding that Iran wants to make a deal. A 15-point plan proposed by U.S. officials has reportedly been received by unnamed high-ranking Iranian officials, and talks could take place in Pakistan in the coming days. But even as talks are planned, CENTCOM is striking Islamic regime targets, with the U.S. strike on a key energy facility being postponed for 5 days as reported negotiations continue, signaling a possible diplomatic off-ramp. Trump said talks have gone perfectly, but warned that if negotiations fail, military action will continue.
But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the Strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the Strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know, but they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that.
But Iran is denying that any talks are taking place, accusing Trump of using negotiations to escape a difficult situation. An Iranian military spokesperson says the United States is negotiating with itself.
اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. امروز در جهان دو جبهه وجود دارد. حق و باطل و هر حق طلب آزاده‌ای تحت تأثیر امواج رسانه‌ای شما اغوا نمی‌شود.
Speaking directly to the U.S. president, an Iranian military spokesman said people like us can never get along with people like you. He then mocked the U.S. president in English.
Hey, Taram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Sivan Raviv, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. Let's take a look at the latest developments. Israel is rushing to strike high-value targets in Iran amid concerns U.S. President Donald Trump could push for a ceasefire. Reports say Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered a 48-hour surge in attacks on Iran's missile and nuclear infrastructure, aiming to maximize damage before any halt in fighting. Israeli officials warn the U.S. proposal may not fully restrict Iran's nuclear or ballistic missile programs. Waves of IDF airstrikes are ongoing, targeting weapons sites, air defense systems, and missile launch positions. An Israeli official says a senior IRGC naval commander, Ali Reza Tangsiri, was killed in a strike in Bandar Abbas. The official says Tangsiri was responsible for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The White House is warning Iran it will face even stronger strikes if it does not accept what it calls a military defeat. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt says President Donald Trump does not bluff and is prepared to unleash hell if Tehran misreads the situation. Leavitt says talks with Iran are ongoing and productive, even as Tehran reviews a U.S. proposal to end the war. Reports say Washington sent a 15-point plan, but the White House says some details published are not accurate. Let's take a listen.
The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal.
And diplomatic efforts by countries, including Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt, are continuing to try to reach a deal between the U.S. and Iran to end the war as global markets react to hopes for a possible end to the conflict that has disrupted energy supplies and driven volatility in oil prices. Iran's foreign minister says contacts through mediators are underway, but insists this does not amount to direct negotiations with the United States.
مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با ضرس قاطع عرض میکنم هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نبود. البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف. این که پیام‌هایی از طریق کشورهای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم، این نه اسمش مذاکره است، نه اسمش گفتگو، نه هیچ. تبادل پیام هست به واسطه دوستان.
And after a 14-hour pause overnight, Iran resumed firing successive missile salvos, triggering sirens across Israel. Multiple impacts were reported across the Gush Dan central region, with emergency teams responding to several sites in Tel Aviv, Holon, and Ganei Tikva, where a large fire broke out following the barrage. Medics say several people were injured, including 2 women in their 40s hit by shrapnel, one in moderate condition, along with a man in his 20s and others suffering light injuries and shock, including children. In Kfar Qasim, 2 people were lightly wounded after a missile believed to carry a cluster warhead struck a building. Earlier, a 12-year-old girl in Safed was seriously injured while running to shelter during sirens. The IDF says most of the missiles were intercepted, but continues to urge the public to follow Home Front Command instructions. Meanwhile, Hezbollah fire to the north remains nearly constant, keeping residents in and out of shelters throughout the day. The war against Hezbollah in Lebanon is expanding northward as the IDF confirms that Staff Sergeant Ori Greenberg, a 21-year-old Golani commander, was killed in combat overnight. The IDF also captured a Hezbollah-linked militia commander during a raid on Mount Dov in southern Lebanon, while separate clashes saw troops kill operatives who fired anti-tank missiles, wounding an officer. The military says it has destroyed rocket launchers used in attacks on northern Israel as Hezbollah fire continues. And that's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I'm Sivan Raviv. Thank you very much for watching.
And as the war continues across Israel, thousands of children and adults with disabilities face a hidden crisis. 2-year-old Noah has cerebral palsy. She cannot walk and depends on constant care. When sirens sound, her parents carry her baby brother, and older sister down 3 flights to safety. Since the war started, therapy and daily support have disappeared. Hard-won skills are now slipping away. Adults with disabilities are isolated, families overwhelmed. For 35 years, Chimes Israel has provided care and protection. And today, even under missile fire, teams are going home to home, bringing therapy, food, and shelter to those in need. When the most vulnerable cannot protect themselves, we are called to protect them. Please help these invisible victims of war. You can scan the QR code to help today.
Moving now to the south, where a community in Arad suffered severe damages after an Islamic regime's ballistic missile struck a residential block. The community living in that area identifies as Hasidic Gur, an ultra-Orthodox sect that engages in humility and quiet living, showing that even the simplest of communities can be targeted in this ongoing war, and highlighting that even they need our help to rebuild. Sarah Friedman of the World Jewish Congress was on the ground. Take a look.
We are here in the southern Israeli city of Arad, a quiet desert community that just days ago was shattered by the reality of war. On Saturday night, Iranian ballistic missiles struck directly into a civilian neighborhood here, hitting homes and leaving dozens wounded. Many of them children, as entire residential buildings were torn apart in an instant. This is not just any neighborhood. The area struck were homes to members of the Gur Hasidic community, a close-knit, deeply rooted sect within the ultra-Orthodox world, where life revolves around faith, family, and unshakable sense of communal responsibility. I myself come from this group. There are families who built their lives and routine around prayer, around raising children in safety and tradition, and in a single moment, that sense of security was ripped away. We are here with those families, listening to their stories, witnessing their resilience, and standing with a community now forced to navigate trauma while holding on to faith.
Most of the people that live in the community are innocent citizens who work hard for their living, families with a lot of children, and everything just ended in 1 second. Now they're left with nothing. They're left with no house, no furniture, no clothes, no games, no books, no money. They have nothing. They can't work because and then we've got Pesach next week, and everybody was all organized. Their houses were clean, more or less, and they had matzot and food all ready for them to start their yontif. Now they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do, and they can't just pack into anyone's houses because everybody here in Israel has got the same thing. We're all living in this situation that we don't know what's going to happen any second, and whoever has got bomb shelters in their house is not made for 30 people. It's made for just the family people who are there. So they all need help. Everybody needs help to get back to what they need.
Most people here have kids, 5, 6 kids, large families, and they're looking for a place, a roof over their head where to live. And one of the solutions is to find in the south of the country, not in the center of Israel, a quiet neighborhood, which is modest, simple, and homes for people to live. Most people that live here are people that are struggling for their dollar, and they found some type of buildings. As one looks down the block, this is a simple residential place with simple houses for people that should be able to make a living and be able to have a roof over their head and be able to support their children in a normal factor. The city of Arad is known for many years for having more and more residents coming, enjoying the quiet and the sincerity of the city, and they actually are very, very happy with this neighborhood. This week, Saturday night, is one of the nights that Arad will remember it for always. It has changed the face of Arad. Many people that have always felt secure here. People in this building, a family with 6 children, a large family. In this room, actually, we saw the whole cement, everything fell apart. 3 kids sleeping on that floor, all over them. The ambulance emergency system, Hatzalah came to take them out, not knowing if they're alive or dead. Thank God, wonders over wonders, everybody's alive.
The mission of the World Jewish Congress has always been clear: to connect and protect Jewish communities wherever they are. And in moments like this, that mission is not abstract, it's urgent.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth. As the U.S.-Israel war on the Islamic Republic carries on, this week we're going to start with one of the most repeated claims that we're hearing right now in Washington, in the media, and increasingly across social media. which is that the Islamic Republic is not an imminent threat, and that despite everything we're seeing, the regime does not, in fact, seek a nuclear weapon. Now, this argument sounds serious, and it's often presented as the realist position. But the problem is that it collapses the moment that you actually compare what the regime says about its own capabilities and intentions to what it's actually doing in reality. And we got a very, very clear example of that just this week. For years, the Islamic Republic has insisted that its ballistic missile program is limited to a range of approximately 2,000 kilometers. This has not just been a technical detail, it's been a central claim used in diplomatic discussions, as well as in policy analysis and arguments about why Iran can be contained as a regional power rather than a global one. This claim actually came from the very top of the regime just this past week with Foreign Minister Abbas Irgc. Take a look.
We intentionally kept the range of our missiles below 2,000 kilometers. So we don't have that capability, and we don't want to do that because we don't have any hostility against, the United States people or Europeans or whatsoever.
And here is the late Supreme Leader himself lying about exactly the same thing.
موشک بالستیکمون از راه دور که 2,000 کیلومتره که اونم 2,000 کیلومتر رو بنده گفتم. خیلی اینا می‌خواستن برن تا 4-5,000 کیلومتر. من نگذاشتم. بله آقا علتی داره دیگه، حالا علتی داره. من مانع شدم. یعنی گفتم بیشتر از 2,000 کیلومتر.
What you're seeing there is the Supreme Leader himself repeating that limitation, which has been echoed by officials and by analysts for years as if it were a fact. Except that this week, the Islamic Republic targeted the United States and UK military base at Diego Garcia, which is located in the Indian Ocean. That would be a distance of roughly 4,000 kilometers from Iran. In other words, a target that is approximately double the range that the regime has been claiming as its limit. And this isn't just a hypothetical, it's an actual event that took place that demonstrates that the declared limitation by the regime is not in fact real. So at this point, we're left with a very simple conclusion, which is that the regime, again, has been misrepresenting its missile capabilities. Now, for many Americans, the entire debate right now is built on the assumption that the regime's statements about its intentions and its nuclear program, including those limitations, can be taken at least partially at face value. But if the regime is not being honest about something as measurable as missile range for their ballistic missile programs, this raises an obvious question about why anyone would take the regime's word on something far more consequential, such as a nuclear program, and ideally, whether or not it intends to actually develop nuclear weapons. And this is where the argument that Iran doesn't want a nuclear weapon becomes even more difficult to sustain, because it's not just contradicted by their actions, it's also contradicted by their own statements. Take a look.
ما بریم به سمت ساخت سلاح هسته‌ای و یا بسازیمش یا این سلاح رو تهیه بکنیم.
What you're seeing there is an Iranian official openly calling for building a nuclear weapon. And this is consistent with a long-standing strategy that's been observed by multiple intelligence services over the years, which is to position Iran as a threshold nuclear state, meaning a state that may not formally declare a weapon, but has developed all of the necessary components to build one and on short notice. And that brings us to the technical reality, which is perhaps the most important piece of this entire discussion. Because right now, the regime itself possesses over 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to 60%. That's 90% of the way to a nuclear weapon and enough material to produce roughly 11 nuclear bombs. Now, fun fact, civilian nuclear energy typically requires enrichment levels of under 5%, and even 20% is considered highly enriched uranium. 60% is not a normal level for any civilian purpose. And as the CIA director stated explicitly this week, there's no civilian justification for enrichment at that level. Take a look at what he had to say this week.
Yeah, much has been made by some about a fatwa against the development of nuclear weapons.
notwithstanding the fatwa, what we know, and the intelligence community is in agreement on this, is that Iran possesses at least 440 kilograms of uranium enriched to weapons grade 60%, which doesn't have a civilian use. The only use for that would be the development of nuclear weapons.
Now, what that means in practical terms is that the Islamic Republic has already completed the majority of the technical work required to produce weapons-grade material, and that the remaining step to 90% enrichment is relatively short. So again, we're being asked to accept a claim that doesn't match the evidence, which is that a country that is positioning itself one step away from weapons-grade capability has no interest in actually building a weapon. And this becomes even more difficult to defend as a position when you factor in the regime's own history.
ببینید ما اول که وارد این فعالیت هسته‌ای شدیم واقعا هدفمون ساخت بمب بود دیگه. ما تعارف که نداریم.
یعنی شما میگید هدف ساخت بمب بوده واقعا؟
100%.
هدف کی این بوده؟ یعنی
کل نظام یا همه اونایی که این فعالیت رو شروع کردن واقعا هدف ساخت بمب بود. حالا که شروع کرده بودیم و دیگه می‌خواستیم کار خب اینو شما اگه میتونستیم اینو حفظش کنیم و بمب آزمایش می‌کردیم کار تموم شده بود. مثل در پاکستان ما که شروع کردیم بعد تا آخرش.
حالا اینه که شما میگید میگم چون ما تا حالا رسمی خیلی نشدیم کسی این صحبت‌ها رو کنه. اینا که شما میگید تبعاتی نداره مثلا مذاکرات و اینها به عنوان بالاخره کسی که
حرف ما توجه نداره.
با خارجی بالاخره پیدا.
The regime has also already admitted that it pursued nuclear weaponization in the past, including work on warhead design and detonation systems, which are not components of any civilian nuclear program. So when you combine that history with the current enrichment levels and continued refusal to allow inspectors from the IAEA, as the regime has done in recent years repeatedly, along with missile development that exceeds declared limits, and on top of all that, statements from officials about nuclear capability, the idea that the Islamic Republic isn't pursuing a nuclear weapon is not supported by the evidence. In fact, you'd have to be an absolute fool to believe the regime. And yet, that's exactly the argument that is now being introduced into policy discussions. Take a look at what Joe Kent, who was the counterterrorism director in the U.S. that dramatically resigned this week over the war, claiming that the war is because Israel made the U.S. get involved, and even accusing Israel of responsibility for ISIS in Syria. Take a look at what he had to say about Iran obtaining nuclear weapons.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. We can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Okay, sure, Joe. Now, clearly, given the fact he's a guest on Tucker Carlson's podcast the day he resigned, this was pre-orchestrated, or it certainly seems that way. And his claims echo the kind of grift-driven conspiracy that we've seen emerge on social media, where figures are building followings by fomenting Jew hatred, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. This isn't about people suddenly discovering that the Islamic Republic is not a threat, and it's not evidence of some mass turn against Israel or even against longstanding security assessments. In fact, if we look at the historical record, Joe Kent himself has a long track record of both support for Israel and warning explicitly against Iranian aggression. Funny how he's changed his mind overnight. All the while, the FBI also revealed that he was under investigation for leaking classified documents prior to his resignation. Meanwhile, the conversations online are not about pursuing truth, but about frankly rewarding lunacy, extremism, and conspiratorial thinking with attention, engagement, and yes, money. And when that becomes the new incentive structure, you, of course, will see people adapt to that, including Joe Kent. Understandably, Kent is now being scrutinized for comments that have been described as both anti-Semitic and conspiratorial. Kent's own wife was killed by ISIS in Syria, a group that's part of the same broader ecosystem of terrorism in the Middle East that is very similar to what the Islamic Republic has spent decades supporting, funding, and enabling across the region. And none of that has anything to do with Israel. But that didn't stop Joe Kent from claiming that his wife was killed in a war created by Israel. Even if he was referring to the Iraq War, he would be woefully incorrect. Figures like Ariel Sharon, who were hardly dovish on security issues, opposed the Iraq War at the time, warning the U.S. about the potential strategic consequences of emboldening the Islamic Republic of Iran by bringing down Saddam Hussein. Now, Kent is simply making an obvious attempt to redirect focus away from the regime in Tehran and towards Israel. And who on earth is promoting that exact same messaging and exact same false narrative across the Western media? Oh, that's right, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, there's always been room for serious debate about policy, especially in the United States. But what we're seeing here is not serious debate, it's subversion. The question is not really what Joe Kent believes or what he believed in the past, but why the argument is being pushed at all today, given that it's frankly not supported by the evidence. And this is where the information environment becomes part of the story. When you follow how this narrative spreads, particularly after Joe Kent's statement, you see the same language, the same framing, and the same claims repeated across multiple accounts and platforms, which is how certain ideas, even when they're not supported by any evidence, become totally normalized in public discourse. Within minutes of Joe Kent's interview with Tucker Carlson, the same clips were simultaneously promoted and posted across many state media platforms like Al Jazeera, as well as the Islamic Republic's state media network, as well as known anti-Semitic influencers like Jackson Hinkle and others. So again, I ask, who is really behind Joe Kent? When you step back and look at all of this together, the missile range discrepancy, the 60% enrichment, the history of weaponization, the statements about nuclear capability, and of course the effort to downplay all of it, the conclusion is actually very straightforward. The problem is not that we don't know what the regime is doing. The problem is that there's a growing effort to pretend that what it is doing doesn't mean what it clearly means. Now, that same pattern extends into another domain, which is energy, that's been discussed a lot this week. The same question applies here as well. What happens when a regime that can't be trusted on missiles, that can't be trusted on nuclear intent, and is also able to threaten one of the most important energy chokeholds in the whole world? Well, for our second story this week, we need to talk about oil, the Strait of Hormuz, and what is quickly becoming one of the most misguided arguments in this entire conversation, which is the idea that rising energy prices somehow prove that the current strategy is too dangerous, or that confronting the regime is a mistake or could become a mistake, because that argument doesn't just misread the situation, it fundamentally reverses cause and effect. And in doing so, it's actually rewarding the very behavior that it claims to be concerned about. Right now, the Strait of Hormuz is not simply a regional issue, it's a global one, with roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply passing through this narrow waterway, which means that even limited disruption has immediate consequences for global markets. And that is precisely why the Islamic Republic has consistently used this as a point of leverage, threatening closure, harassing ships, and signaling its willingness to escalate whenever it faces accountability or pressure. This is not new behavior, and it's important to understand that because the regime has been using the Strait of Hormuz as a tool of coercion for many years, including during the 2011 and 2012 crisis and in multiple incidents since, which demonstrates a consistent pattern, a consistent strategy. They do not need to fully close the Strait of Hormuz to achieve their objective. They only need to create enough uncertainty and risk to influence decision-making in Washington, in Europe, and of course across global markets. And that's exactly what we're seeing again now, where the threat itself is having an effect with shipping disruptions and price volatility already reflecting the impact of Iranian actions and signaling. So when people point to rising oil prices as evidence that the situation is too dangerous or too costly to continue, they are identifying a real effect. But they're drawing a completely incorrect conclusion because they're treating that effect as a reason to step back rather than as proof of why this strategy of coercion must be confronted and dealt with once and for all. The moment you allow energy prices to dictate security policy, you create a perverse incentive structure in which any actor capable of disrupting energy supply gains disproportionate influence over global decisions, because you're effectively telling them that if they can move markets, they can shape policy. And that isn't a form of stability, it's a system of structural vulnerability that actually invites further escalation. We've already seen how this dynamic plays out in practice, most clearly in Europe's dependence on Russian energy, where years of assumptions about interdependence leading to stability were overturned by the reality that dependence creates leverage, and that leverage in the hands of an authoritarian state is eventually used for coercion, leaving governments with fewer options and higher costs when a crisis actually emerges. Now, the lesson from that experience is not that energy markets should drive security policy, but that allowing authoritarian regimes to hold structural power over global energy supply is itself a strategic failure. And that is exactly the risk that is now being recreated on a global scale with the Islamic Republic. And this is where some of the current policy responses need to be understood in their proper context, because there's been reporting in recent days that the United States temporarily lifted certain sanctions on Iranian oil that's already at sea in order to reduce oil prices. This is a move which has been characterized as a broad concession, but in reality, it's a limited, targeted measure that does not represent new revenue flowing into the regime, but rather a way of managing the already existing supply that's already outside of the regime's direct control. At the same time, the U.S. has been calling on other countries to join in defending and protecting the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical step, not just in practical terms, but in strategic ones, because it also signals that the response to this kind of threat will be collective rather than individual, and that global energy infrastructure is not something that can be held hostage by a single regime. This approach is consistent with the kind of analysis put forward by national security experts, including those at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, who have long argued that the Islamic Republic's use of energy, sanctions evasion, and economic pressure is part of a broader strategy of coercion, and that responding to that strategy requires maintaining pressure while also denying the regime the ability to turn global dependencies into that leverage. Because this isn't just about oil prices in the short term, it's about whether global energy supply can be used as a tool of blackmail in the long term. And those are two very, very different questions. So when people argue that this conflict is too costly because of oil, what they're really doing is focusing on the most immediate and visible cost while ignoring the much larger structural risk, which is that a regime like this can't continue to expand its capabilities, continue to develop nuclear threshold capacity, continue to extend its missile range, and at the same time use energy supply as a form of leverage against the international system. And if that model is allowed to take hold, the costs that people are worried about today, they won't disappear. They'll increase, because a regime that can successfully use threats as a disruption tool will have every incentive to use that tool more frequently and more aggressively in the future, especially with a nuclear weapon. Which is why the real question here isn't whether there's a short-term economic cost to action, but whether the long-term cost of inaction is greater. And when you look at the history, when you look at the current trajectory, and when you look at the incentives that are being created, that are on the table today, the answer to that question is quite clear. And now it's time for the good, the bad, and the ugly of this week. To start, our ugly story this week goes to the Islamic Republic's execution machine, and in particular, the case of 19-year-old wrestler Saleh Mohammadi, which is not just another headline, but a very clear example of how this regime uses the death penalty as a tool of control. This week, Iran executed 3 young men arrested during the recent January protests, including Saleh Mohammadi, also Mehdi Ghassemi, and Saeed Davoudi, after convicting them of waging war against God, a charge that has become the regime's go-to legal justification for eliminating dissidents, especially when it wants to send a message quickly and publicly. According to reporting on these cases, the 3 were accused of attacking security forces during the protests, but human rights organizations note that the cases relied on forced confessions and interrogations conducted under torture, with no meaningful access to a legal defense, of course, and trials that lasted days, which should tell you everything you need to know about how these verdicts for the death penalty are produced. What makes this really disturbing is that these cases follow a very similar pattern in which confessions are extracted under torture and trials are conducted without any meaningful legal defense, meaning that verdicts are effectively predetermined, because the purpose isn't to establish guilt, but to produce an outcome that serves the regime's need for intimidation. And that's exactly what this is, because every execution is intended to signal to the public that protesting, organizing, or even being associated with dissent can result in death. Tragically, there are still many young people on death row right now, including Malika Azizi, who was arrested during the same wave of protests and is now facing execution under similarly broad and politicized charges, which means that the system that executed Saleh, Mehdi, and Saeed is not winding down, but ramping up. And that's what makes this story, despite not being a new phenomenon, so ugly. Because while the regime talks about representing the Iranian people on the international stage, it's simultaneously executing Iranian young men and women using the most extreme form of state violence to maintain control. And now our bad story this week goes to the Islamic Republic's continued missile attacks on civilian areas in Israel, which are not just an escalation, but also very clearly cross the line into war crimes. This week, a ballistic missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion in central Israel, a target that isn't military, isn't dual use, and isn't ambiguous, but a children's facility that was only empty because of timing, which is the only reason it didn't turn into a mass casualty event. At the same time, another ballistic missile barrage targeted Jerusalem, with impacts landing just 350 meters from the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is particularly absurd given that this same regime constantly claims to be the defender of that site, while firing missiles that could have destroyed it. And that contradiction matters, of course, because it exposes what this really is. It's not the defense of holy sites, it's reckless, indiscriminate fire that doesn't distinguish between military targets and some of the most sensitive civilian and religious locations in the entire world. In the south, in Dimona, a ballistic missile struck, injuring more than 50 people, including a 10-year-old child. In Arad, a missile injured more than 87 in his residential neighborhood, including a 5-year-old. And what makes this even more serious is the type of weapons being used. They're not precision strikes. The regime has been using cluster munitions, which are designed to spread sub-munitions over that wide area, as I mentioned, and are inherently indiscriminate, meaning that you should never be using these in residential areas. In fact, it's against international law. But bizarrely, it isn't stopping with Israel. The same regime has also struck civilian targets in multiple Arab states, including hits on energy infrastructure in Qatar, in an obvious attempt to expand the conflict and destabilize global markets. This is a regime that is not just fighting a war, but doing so in a way that deliberately endangers civilians, ignores basic laws of warfare, and expands the conflict beyond any single front. And that's exactly why this story isn't just bad, it's one of the clearest examples this week of how the regime operates, recklessly, hypocritically, and with total disregard for civilian life. And finally, the good this week goes to the Israeli Olympians who used their platform to speak out in support of Iranian athletes, Sagi Muki and Olympic medalist Peter Palchik. At a moment when Iranian athletes are under pressure from their own government following the debacle in Australia, where members of the Iranians women's football team were threatened for refusing to sing the regime's anthem, and in the shadow of the execution of wrestler Saleh Mohammadi, Israeli judokas Peter Palchik and Sagi Muki both publicly voiced support for Iranian athletes. Take a look at Peter's message.
An Iranian athlete was executed and he was only 19 years old. Not for something he did in sport, but because dark regime that fears courage, fears voices, and fears freedom. And where is the world while thousands are being killed under this regime? Where is the outrage? As a human, this is unbearable. It breaks my heart. It should break yours too. Silence is not an option anymore.
Now, I can't emphasize enough how meaningful these types of messages are for the Iranian people, because it just tells them that they're not alone in this struggle and that the people who they've been told are their enemies are in fact not. Elite athletes who've worked their whole lives are forced to throw away their dreams for something as simple as competing against an Israeli athlete. And the sporting federations do nothing. What Palchik and Muki did this week was draw a clear distinction between the regime and the people, making it clear that their issue isn't with Iranian athletes, but a system that uses sport sport as a tool of political control. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. Athletes who refuse to comply are threatened, those who speak out are punished, and in some cases, as we discussed, the consequences are far worse. So when Israeli athletes stand up and say they support their Iranian counterparts, they're not just making a symbolic gesture, they're pushing back against that system that's turned sport into an extension of state power to oppress athletes. And with that, we finish up for this week, but we'll be back next week with more updates from across the region and all the latest from the war in Iran. You can also follow our JNS Iran War Brief throughout the war with the latest updates. And as always, if you think you have a story we should cover, you can reach me on social media, Emily K. Schrader, or Emily in Tel Aviv on Instagram. Until next time, we'll see you next week on Axis of Truth on JNS.
Hello and welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. Tonight, as the war between Israel, Iran, and the United States intensifies, one question is hanging over everything. Are we heading toward a deal or deeper into conflict? Mixed messages from Washington and Tehran are raising serious doubts about whether negotiations are even real and what they could mean for ending this war. At the same time, Europe seems largely absent. Hamas has gone quiet, and we are hearing very little from the Palestinians and Arab Israelis living through the impact. Joining me now are Olga Deutsch of NGO Monitor and Khalid Abu Toameh to help us break it all down. Let's get started. So, Olga, I want to start with you, with the big picture. We're hearing mixed messages from the U.S., the Iranian response about whether or not negotiations are really going on between the U.S. and Iran about ending this war and signing some kind of nuclear deal. What do you think is really happening?
Well, I think one thing, and one thing only is for sure, no one really knows, right? Typically for Trump, he might be giving us completely mixed messages, and he might be communicating a transparent message, and anything in between is an option because he is used to controlling the discourse by getting everyone confused in order to A, leave all options on the ground, B, in order to be able to pivot in any one direction pending the development of the situation. And I think the biggest question is what will the official Tehran do? The questions in front of us are they sufficiently hit militarily to call in a truce, right, or to be able to give some concessions? Is the international community ready to join forces with Trump and Israel? But it is basically Trump's show. And at what price? One thing will dictate on both sides, I think, and that is the exit strategy that looks like a success and like a victory. And both sides are right now looking to see how that success or victory can be communicated towards the public.
So let's say that those talks really are happening. Then Khalid, even if they are indirectly happening, what would that really mean for the trajectory of this war?
Well, first of all, it would signal the beginning of the end. It would send a message that as long as you are talking, that means there is hope for halting the hostilities. So it will, create some kind of a momentum towards calming the situation. I don't think anyone really knows. I share Olga's assessment that, there are many things we really don't know about what's going on. Where is this war headed? How long is it going to take? In the last 48 hours, we've been hearing contradictory or conflicting messages about it. But I have no doubt that, negotiations will slow the pace of the war, at least. We could end up with some limited U.S.-Israeli operations, military operations, let's say, in the Strait of Hormuz or some nuclear sites or things like that. But I don't think it will continue on the same scale it is on right now. So there is hope that, if negotiations start, that we'll see less hostilities, less military action.
And certainly that'll be better for the home front where, we're seeing even today some strikes down in Tel Aviv, some newer kinds of cluster bombs causing fires and injuries to people here in Israel.
Less sirens, less explosions, less rockets, and, We're now in day 23, 24 of the war.
Yeah, we're already moving, far into the fourth week of this war. Now, Khaled, I do want to just ask you, though, is it even really possible for us to negotiate with the regime? Now, we've taken out the majority of the top leadership. Who are we negotiating with? And couldn't it possibly undermine the military campaign? Remember, we haven't gotten out yet that last enriched uranium.
You know, I mean, this is a regime that has been around for 47 years. I mean, this is not a regime that came a decade ago or 2 decades ago. That's number one. Number two, this is a regime with a very strong ideology, and that's very important. I mean, and it's deeply rooted in all walks of Iranian society and institute. I mean, the regime is not a number of ayatollahs. The regime is institutions, it is education, it is culture, it is the judicial system. It's there, and that's number three. The regime is also security forces and the army, and probably more important than the army are the military branches. You know, they have the Revolutionary Guards, the Basij, so they're there, and I don't know, you know, how easy it will be to remove such a regime. It will take time. Even if you get rid of the top brass of this regime, I'm not sure that's the end of the game. I mean, it's a process. I mean,
and we're certainly seeing that, right, in Lebanon, where we said we had taken out the majority of the Hezbollah leadership, taken away most of the weapons, and yet here we are today seeing hundreds and hundreds of rockets pour into the country from Lebanon. Olga, turning back to you and piggybacking on what you were saying regarding what success really looks like. Let's say a deal was signed. How would both sides be able to prove success? What would define that success, let's say, first of all, for Israel and second for the United States?
Well, I think we need to break it into two, and the two need to be discussed and viewed completely separately. On one hand, and I think everyone is looking now at as quick as possible exit strategy to normalize and stabilize the region. The reality of daily life in Israel, as you mentioned before, we have to sooner rather than later, and we are about to enter Passover, so I think we're looking at pretty much a deadline and also a limit of what the home front can sustain. Until after Passover, we will absolutely have to see some sort of de-escalation and a significant lowering of number of rockets and sirens to be able to, you know, colloquially, we can call it go back to the Houthi levels, which is something that the Israelis can live with, right? But the same goes, if not more so, for the Gulf states, because we are more trained, better equipped, we have a much more superior defense system and interception systems. They don't have shelters the way that we do. And let's not forget, we only were hit by around 30% of the Iranian missiles. The vast majority were actually targeting the Gulf states. So I think that is stage one. And I think if Trump succeeds in doing that will be seen as a victory in that first cluster. As to Israel, we will want to see in that period, we will want to see a military operation that destroys as much as it can, as much as we can, of military, political, and leadership symbolic targets of the regime in Iran, with the goal not overthrowing the regime, because that is way bigger than what we can, I think, bite, let's say, weakening the regime, sending back their ballistic and other capacities decades back, and then we basically buy ourselves a period of time that is counted in decades, so that we maybe go into the second phase, which is months and months and months in Iran itself, hoping that eventually there might be an overthrowing of the regime, because long-term, that is the only thing that can be a victory for the Iranian people and for the world.
Well, and obviously that's something that the Iranian people will actually have to do on their own. I mean, the Prime Minister Netanyahu and Trump spoke, very strongly about the idea of weakening them, as you said, in order to prepare the playing field for the people. But just thinking about the impacts of the military campaign thus far, just on a military briefing a couple of days ago, where the spokesperson mentioned that Iran had 2,500 of these rockets beforehand, has shot about 400 of them at Israel, and then, of course, as you mentioned, in the region, which means there are at least 1,000 more still to ago. And I want to add to that what we saw this morning, we haven't gotten full details yet at this time, but that these cluster munitions are changing. You know, they went from the larger ballistic missiles to the smaller cluster bombs with a 10-kilometer radius, but smaller ammunition. And here this morning, we saw mass destruction in Tel Aviv, 100-kilogram smaller rockets. This is very scary when you talk about what can happen to the home front and how long Israel can survive.
And I think that they can fire less of these and drag us into months of exhaustion war, which will completely drain not only the home front, right, and everyone at home with kids, but let's talk about Israeli economy. Let's talk about the completely closed Israeli skies, more or less. I don't think this is a scenario that D.C., Washington, or Jerusalem are seeking to see.
So let's turn back to you, Khalid, and think about that. I mean, certainly the home front is closed. We're talking about Passover and other holidays. Nobody can leave the country. I've heard from a lot of friends that are quite upset. Let's say the U.S. signs a deal, but Israel doesn't feel that it's done. Can Israel continue on this military path without the U.S.?
I doubt that Israel will be able to continue on the path with Iran, but on the other hand, I don't rule out that we will see a continuation of the confrontation with Hezbollah, because Lebanon is a completely different story, by the way. I don't see how the U.S. can solve the Lebanese issue, the Hezbollah issue right now. You can talk with the Iranians and you can reach some kind of a deal, but when it comes to Hezbollah, it's a very complicated situation in Lebanon. I mean, even the Lebanese government has no rule over them. I mean,
so break that down for us a little bit more, because I mean, just yesterday we saw these direct attacks in Kiryat Shmona. Kiryat Shmona is a city that during the first round of fighting for the 2.5 years was one of the hardest hits. People left the community, came back only a year ago, and now once again these people are on the front lines. Very dangerous attacks. How do you stop Hezbollah?
I mean, again, it's a combination of things that need to be done. I don't think UN resolutions will really disarm Hezbollah and or the Trump plan or US brokered ceasefires. We've been through these movies before, and I remember that before the last ceasefire or after the last ceasefire with Hezbollah, we were told by Israeli security officials and the Israeli military establishment that we've destroyed most of their missiles, and they're not going to be able to fire, and will take them decades and years. And now, we're caught by surprise. We see what's happening. But I think that, when I said a combination of things need to be done, military action. First of all, remove them from South Lebanon. I think, second, you need to start targeting the Lebanese government, the state.
Wow.
That's the only way. That's the only way to create pressure on Hezbollah. And number three, disconnect them from Hezbollah, from Iran. Disconnect stop all the supplies, the money, which is very important. But I believe that it will take time. Hezbollah is not going to disappear, overnight. It's again, they've also been there for 40 years now, or probably a bit more, and it will take time.
So how much time are we talking about? I mean, are you envisioning that Israel is going to be in ever war here for another 6 months, year, 2 years? What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, this war has been going on since decades.
Yes, but our leadership now is telling us we're in the war that ends all wars, No
matter in what direction Israel looks now, I mean, you're surrounded by all these groups, and we haven't even talked about the Syrian front yet, where the situation is very unstable. So you have to start dealing with them front by front, But I believe at the end of the day, the key is in Iran.
100%. The head of the
regime change in Iran can affect the region. Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, these are proxies of Iran. And if you go to the head of the snake, you've solved a lot of problems.
The spokesperson for the prime minister said something very interesting the other day. She talked about it being sort of like a disease that if you don't completely eradicate, it just keeps coming back. Or being brain dead, if you can kill the head of the octopus, then all of the proxies will slowly disappear. Now, we haven't even really talked about, as you mentioned, some of these proxies, Hamas and the Houthis, for example, who have been very quiet during this war. Why have they become so quiet, Olga?
Well, yes and no. The thing is that, first of all, what is going on in Gaza has been completely sidelined by by the news being completely dominated, not only in Israel, but globally, with the economic crisis, with the rockets, with the reality of the entire region, and the newly revealed news that they have missiles, the Iranians have missiles that can reach London. Whether it is exactly London, or it's Brussels, or it's Warsaw, that's semantics. The fact is that they can reach Europe, right? And in that radius. But that is not to say that Hamas has been silent. As a matter of fact, Hamas is fully back in control inside of the, beyond the yellow line. And using basically this vacuum, diplomatic, political, and from the Israeli side, security vacuum, because Israelis we're strained, right, on so many other fronts, to reinstitute what used to be before. Yes, it's a smaller territory, but we see images of humanitarian aid trucks enter and Hamas people freely, sitting on them with rifles, and UN trucks accompanying them freely. And let's remind ourselves what was our discourse here only 4 weeks ago, and that is not granting humanitarian visas to every organization, meaning increased vetting, that is conditioning humanitarian aid. Let's also just mention, let's throw this into the equation. The European Union has silently, while everyone is busy, approved 486 million euros in humanitarian aid. Now, this is the best part, to Lebanon, Gaza, East Jerusalem, and West Bank. Now, out of nearly 500 million, only 100 went to Lebanese humanitarian crisis, where we see 500,000 people displaced for South Lebanon, meaning the Gaza, East Jerusalem, and West Bank are piggyback riding on the crisis in Lebanon. So I think it would be a severe mistake to forsake Gaza and Hamas, and be myopic because of everything that is going on.
And it's actually fascinating, considering that Europe has chosen not really to get involved in the war against Iran, but yet is funneling this money to a terrorist organization, a proxy of Iran, in Gaza.
Because Europe is going back to its default, right? As well as, on one hand, they're completely out of the playground, completely marginalized, but they are at the same time mobilizing the only tool, and I have been saying this for years, the only political tool they have, which is money, and that is humanitarian aid.
What are you hearing, Khalid, from the Palestinians living in the territories of Judea and Samaria?
Well, the feeling is that it's not our war.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time, there's a war, and we're not involved in it directly, at least. And, people in Gaza have, things to worry about. People in the West Bank have things to worry about. Israeli Arabs. So you look at Gaza, first of all, the last thing people there think about is, the missiles and the rockets. They're much more worried about housing, about humanitarian aid, about the future of Gaza. You look at the West Bank, the situation there is, I don't see any support for Iran, by the way.
But we did see these 4 women, Palestinians, be killed in the territories. Doesn't that shape a little bit the sentiment on the ground?
Okay, some people are, well, first of all, we have to be careful. Some people blame Israel. They say these are Israeli rockets, the interceptors that fell. Other people say, okay, it's a war, and, the Iranians probably didn't do it deliberately, but it's a price. But going back to my point, there's no pro-Iran sentiments among the Palestinians. There is anti-Israel, anti-American, which is something different. But there's no love for Iran. The Palestinians, especially the Palestinians in the West Bank, have always seen the Iranians as, supporting Hamas. And so Iran was not really, or solidifying the division among the Palestinians by supporting Hamas. So I would say that in the West Bank, Palestinians are much more concerned today about the economic situation, about violence, rising violence in the West Bank.
It's a whole other show, but
yeah,
yes,
we'll do that again. We'll talk about it later. But when it comes to Israeli Arabs, on the other hand, I would say that the Israeli Arabs are Israeli citizens, and they're also living this thing. You ask Israeli Arabs about the war, and they immediately talk to you about other issues, lack of enforcement of law and order, which is the #1 priority now for most of the Israeli Arabs.
But there have been incidents also in the Old City. I mean, we just spoke the other day about one of the pieces of shrapnel that fell literally across the street from one of your friends' homes. You know, we've seen these kind of things happen, and they're being directly impacted. What kind of protections do they feel a part of the Israeli people at this time? Do they feel more disconnected from the Israeli people who are carrying out yet another war?
No. I mean, I haven't seen people in East Jerusalem and in the Old City as worried as they are this time. They hear the explosions. Yeah. A friend of mine told me that, you know, one of these shrapnels fell not far from her home, and the house was shaking, and it's like people are, oh my God, this is real. You know, in the past we used to go to the rooftops and cheer and watch it, but now we see the danger. And the 4 women you talked about, I mean, it's a tragic incident, and. But I didn't see people, you know, angry, but people are calling for caution. They're saying, you know, we have to be careful now. This is a real war, and it's even coming to us. So you get different reactions from the Arab community, from Gaza, from the West Bank, from Israeli Arabs, and that's how they see it.
So based on what we've discussed today and where we are now, Olga, if you were to take a step back and look at the war as it stands, do you think that, as we heard, you know, yesterday on Truth Social from Trump, that we're nearing some kind of decisive phase? Or are we still much earlier in the story of this Iran war than any of us want to really admit?
$1 million question. I can't claim to know the answer, but I do want us to zoom out a bit, and I want to connect the different fronts. I think that what we saw Trump's leadership surrounding the Gaza issue with the Board of Peace was basically a prelude to and a preparation to what is going on now. Like, if you look at the countries that he brought into the Board of Peace, those are exactly the countries that A, Iran is targeting now, and B, that are fighting alongside Trump and Israel. Let's not forget about that, right? And a lot of these are neither natural allies to Israel nor natural allies necessarily amongst themselves. To me, the biggest news from last week is actually the potential long-term agreement of some sort. I use the word peace very rarely in the Middle East. So ceasefire, permanent ceasefire in Lebanon. Now, it is a failing country and a frailing country that is infected by this huge terrorist army, right? It's not just a terrorist group, Hezbollah, but we see even today the Lebanese government kicks out the Iranian ambassador and gives him only a few days to leave the country. They are sending messages that they would play along with some sort of France, U.S. brokered. I think there is an intersection between Trump trying to carve out a new order in the Middle East that is intertwined with economic interests, because this is the war that we are really talking about. Our interests, which are completely security related, intersect with U.S. interests, but U.S. interests are not necessarily and not primarily security interests. I think Washington is less worried about a nuclear Tehran than it is about the Strait of Hormuz, the gas and oil prices, right, and the control of these. I think we need to be patient and optimistic that actually long-term we'll see something positive coming out of this.
So we have only a few minutes left, really a minute left, so 30 seconds. Khalid, react to her really in a very short, 1-2 sentence answer. Do you agree? What's next?
I actually share Olga's cautious optimism, I would call it. And I say that a lot depends on the outcome of the war. If the Iranian regime is removed or severely undermined and is weakened, this opens the door for new opportunities in the Middle East. I don't even rule out Saudi Arabia and other countries, normalizing relations with Israel. So let's end it on a hopeful note.
Always good to end on a hopeful note, and unfortunately we are out of time. So I really want to thank our guests for being here, and of course to wish all of our viewers a safe and pleasant evening. Now, if you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Ann Hoffman. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
As war continues across Israel, thousands of workers will receive only partial paychecks before Passover. 5,000 families are currently on the waiting list for a Passover food basket from Yad Ezra Shulamit, Israel's largest distributor of food baskets to the poor in Israel. Joining us now is Yad Ezra Shulamit Resource Manager Danny Gewirtz to give us the inside scoop on what's happening today. Danny, thank you for joining us. Right now, we're just a few days before Passover. I want to ask you, what are you witnessing in terms of how this war is impacting Israeli families?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Good to be here. When war surges, it doesn't just hit the front lines, it drains the lifeline of organizations like ours. I think what we're seeing here right now, Emily, is what I call the perfect storm. As you mentioned, it's right before Pesach, so the timing really couldn't be worse. We have a war, there's less funds available. Many organizations are fighting for that piece of pie that's out there to give to organizations like ours. The shekel dollar rate is killing us, as many of our donors have found out. People aren't working also. People, of course, are at home. They're home with their kids. Our fundraisers, who should be out in the States right now, have been basically grounded. The local telemarketers haven't been able to go to work. I should be out there going and talking to major donors. It's heartbreaking, really, what's going on, because we're struggling to even reach the 60,000 food baskets, which every year we're committed to giving. And as you mentioned, we have 5,000 families on a waiting list that don't know if they will even have the assistance that Yad Ezra Shulamit gives them, and that they depend on every single year.
Who's being hit hardest?
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Sivan Raviv, and here's your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Israel is racing to strike high-value targets in Iran amid fears President Donald Trump may push for a ceasefire. Reports say Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered a 48-hour surge in attacks on Iran's missile and nuclear infrastructure, aiming to maximize damage before any halt in fighting. Israeli officials warn the U.S. proposal may not fully restrict Iran's nuclear or ballistic missile programs, prompting a push to hit as many high-priority targets as possible. Waves of IDF airstrikes are ongoing, including strikes on weapons production sites in Tehran, air defense systems, and missile launch positions. Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel eliminated a senior Iranian naval commander in a strike in Bandar Abbas as part of a broader campaign to weaken Iran's military capabilities. This commander was reportedly in charge of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take a listen to Netanyahu.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים. ובנוסף, הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית, במטרה משותפת להשיג את מטרות המלחמה.
The White House is warning Iran it will face even stronger strikes if it does not accept what it calls a military defeat. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt says President Donald Trump does not bluff and is prepared to unleash hell if Tehran misreads the situation. Axios reports that the U.S. is reportedly working on options for a final blow to Iran that could see American ground troops deployed on Iranian soil, as well as a major bombing effort if talks fail. Nevertheless, Press Secretary Leavitt says talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. Reports say Washington sent a 15-point plan, but the White House says some details published are not accurate. Let's hear Carolyn Leavitt.
The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal.
Diplomatic efforts by countries including Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt are continuing to reach a deal between the U.S. and Iran to end the war as global markets react to hopes for a possible end to the conflict that has disrupted energy supplies and driven volatility in oil prices. Iran's foreign minister said contacts through mediators are underway, but insists that does not amount to direct negotiations with the United States.
مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با ضرس قاطع عرض میکنم. هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نبود. البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف. این که پیام‌هایی از طریق کشورهای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم، این نه اسمش مذاکره است، نه اسمش گفتگو، نه هیچ. تبادل پیام هست به واسطه دوستان.
Meanwhile, according to a CNN report, Iranian forces have increased air defenses and placed mines around Karg Island, including along potential landing areas in preparation for a possible American attempt to seize the island. Additionally, the U.S. Embassy in Iraq advises U.S. citizens to leave Iraq immediately and to avoid the embassy in Baghdad and consulate in Erbil due to ongoing risks from rockets and drones in Iraqi airspace. The war against Hezbollah in Lebanon is expanding northward as the IDF confirms that Staff Sergeant Ori Greenberg, a 21-year-old Golani commando, was killed in combat overnight. The IDF also captured a Hezbollah-linked militia commander during a raid on Mount Dov in southern Lebanon, while separate clashes saw troops kill operatives who fired anti-tank missiles, wounding an IDF officer. The military says it has destroyed rocket launchers used in attacks on northern Israel as Hezbollah fire continues. Several soldiers were wounded in the fighting, including one in serious condition. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the threat of a Hezbollah ground invasion has been pushed back as Israel expands a buffer zone and moves to dismantle the group. And after a 14-hour pause overnight, today Iran resumed firing successive missile salvos, triggering sirens across Israel. Multiple impacts were reported in Jerusalem, the north, and across the Gush Dan central region, with emergency teams responding to several sites, with one person dead and one wounded in Nahariya, and injuries in Tel Aviv, Holon, and Ganei Tikva, where a large fire broke out following the barrage. Medics say several people were injured, with one man seriously wounded in Nahariya, along with one person who died and succumbed to his wounds. Two additional women in their 40s were hit by shrapnel in the center, one in moderate condition, along with a man in his 20s, and others suffering light injuries and shock, including children. In Kfar Qasem, 2 people were lightly wounded after a missile believed to carry a cluster warhead struck a building. Earlier, a 12-year-old girl in Safed was seriously injured while running to shelter during sirens. The IDF says most of the missiles were intercepted, but continues to urge the public to follow Home Front Command instructions. And we now go to ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman, who is in Jerusalem with the latest on the situation on the ground. Mayan, walk us through what's going on here. We're hearing of one person dead in Nahariya.
Yeah, thank you, Sivan. So unfortunately, just before this newscast, we heard of the news that several rockets, in fact, struck down in the northeast, or Hezbollah rockets being fired into northern Israel. A man in his 30s was killed, and another man in his 50s is in serious condition. That's from a rocket that fell in a parking lot in a residential building. They were hearing from United Hatzalah about 3 scenes of impact. Still waiting for some more details on that, but Hatzalah is talking about some people being trapped underneath the rubble. We're talking about also several people who are lightly injured, at least one more who is in moderate condition, and close to 24 people who are being treated for anxiety and shock. This comes just hours after the IDF let us know that in a 24-hour period, Hezbollah launched 600 rockets at northern Israel and into other areas of southern Lebanon. Not all of those rockets, drones, and missiles crossed the border. One of the reasons for that is that the IDF, as we know, has been pushing further and further into Lebanon, and therefore maybe Hezbollah cannot target as far. And also, as we heard, they are also targeting our soldiers fighting in Lebanon. So that is in a 24-hour period. And just to point out that is double the highest number of rockets that Hezbollah shot in a single day during the 2023-2024 war. So we're talking about 600 versus 300. And on average, we've been seeing around 100 rockets a day. So this is quite a larger number. Again, one of the reasons for that also might be that we're hearing these rumors of potential ceasefires course, Netanyahu has asked us to push further into Iran, of course, and Hezbollah and Iran are targeting us back.
Sorry to cut you off. We have sirens here in the studio. I will transfer the broadcast to Steve Leibowitz, our editor-in-chief. Steve?
Yes, and as Sivan heads into the towards her safe room in Rishon, I will continue the conversation. Maybe I still have Mayan with us.
Yes, you do.
All right, so Mayan, we're talking about, this is the 9th time we've been targeted since the start of the day. I mean, I'm trying to keep count. It keeps coming about every hour.
That's right. This is the 9th, I think, barrage that has hit Israel today, starting from the early morning. And even here in Jerusalem, where we'd had even a longer than 14-hour break, we saw at least 5 different sirens throughout the morning hours here and into the early afternoon. There was even a time around midday where we started to hear loud booms in Jerusalem. We'd gotten a warning that there would be a siren, but in many areas that siren didn't go off and people were struck by the sounds of the loud booms. Luckily, most of the rockets have been intercepted. You know, we're often talking about these cluster missiles when we're talking about Iran, and the power of those is that they spread out somewhere around a 10-kilometer radius, hit down into areas and cause damage. Now, not the damage you're talking about with one of those larger ballistic missile has the 2-story or 2-decker buses, you know, size warhead. There's much smaller bomblets or little warheads, but they can be deadly and certainly cause destruction. Earlier today, ILTV's Devo Klein was at the site of one of those attacks in Tel Aviv in the Gush Dan area, where there was a large fire, a lot of destruction to a building, and people still need to remember to run to their safe rooms. You know, after 14 hours of quiet, people become nonchalant. They start to feel that maybe everything's okay and they can take a break from running to that shelter. But I think that as we heard what happened in Nahariya just now, the answer is absolutely no. People must go to their shelters and maintain safety.
Earlier today, you were in the Machne Yehuda market, the world famous Jerusalem Shuk. And it seemed like it was really busy, even though there was rain and rocket fire. People were out there. And I guess you were there when there was some rocket fire. Where did they all scatter to?
Well, I was actually driving there when there was some rocket fire. So unfortunately, that rocket fire was overhead as I was heading to the Shuk. But I think what you touched on, Steve, is one of the most amazing things about what's happening here in Israel. People really are living in fear. People can't go to work. Students are at home. And it is incredibly challenging for the Israeli people. Yet, on the other hand, we always hear about Israeli resilience. And whether it's in the Shuk, in Tel Aviv, or any other area of Israel, what we find is incredible is that the rocket siren goes off. People scatter to one of the public miklats, public shelters, or into their safe room at home, and then they come right back out and do what they were doing. So certainly today, in fact, I was yelled at by one of the Shuk vendors to move my tripod away from his stand because I could block people being able to shop there because there were that many people shopping in the marketplace.
Well, those alleys are pretty tight in any case. But this really is an example of how we in Jerusalem have been less impacted by the rocket fire than folks even in Tel Aviv, and certainly than in Haifa and in the north. No comparison at all to what's going on right now on the northern border, where literally they have 0 time to get ready. I mean, I have like 12 minutes. It's enough time to put up the coffee, to take the dogs out for a quick pee-pee outside, and then come back in and wait and see if there's even going to be a siren. More than half the times, the siren doesn't even go off. So we don't even have to go into the sealed room and close the door and, you know, seal the door and everything. So we've been a bit more fortunate in Jerusalem, but it looks, Mayan, like there's going to be some heavy days to come in the coming days.
I think that goes without question. I think touching on the north is extremely important because the thing I always like to remind people is that these are residents who just returned to their homes a year ago. These are residents who were displaced by the 2023-2024 war with Hezbollah, the ceasefire that was then signed in November 2024, and only in March were they given the go-ahead to move back to their homes. And here we are a year later, and they are being absolutely pummeled with rockets. And as you said, here in Jerusalem and even in the center in Tel Aviv, there is a warning and then a siren, but not so in the north. In the north, when rockets are launched by Hezbollah or drones, they have a minute, maximum a minute and a half to get to those shelters. And sometimes there is just nowhere to go. And that is why we're seeing those casualties up in the north. And again, you know, because those rockets are striking down in civilian areas, those are causing tremendous amount of destructions, many times to areas that were just rebuilt only a few months ago.
In a city like Kiryat Shmona, which had 28,000 residents before the wars started a couple of years ago, was down to 10,000. But even those 10,000, why doesn't the government order their evacuation? I mean, why leave people there? Some of them are elderly, some of them are children. They certainly can't go to school. They have to be right near the safe room, or if they're out in the street, even for a brief time, they risk their lives.
I think that goes without saying, but I think the goal is not to evacuate the residents from the north again and to be back where we started in the first war. The goal is to stay strong, to take down Hezbollah, let the idea finish the job in Lebanon, to continue to fight Iran until whatever time we have a ceasefire, and to come out of this ahead.
Now, a lot of people, these people, as I enter back into the broadcast, a lot of these people have been evacuated, returned home. So the thought of another evacuation is just too much to handle. Steve, thank you very much for joining
Pleasure.
us.
I hope I may be back in the next 5 or 10 minutes. We'll see.
You may very well be, and thanks for that. Mayan, thank you for your update on the ground in Jerusalem. Very important. We are hearing and seeing sirens throughout the day. A lot of missile barrages into Israel by Iran. This we just had one right now in central Israel, but this is just one of many that only here in central Israel we've experienced all day, and of course all across the country. Thank you to the both of you.
Thank you.
And joining us now to discuss the latest developments is Jeremy Sakharov, former Israeli ambassador to Germany and former charge d'affaires at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jeremy. Jeremy, do you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I don't know if you had a siren just now, just like we did. But in any case, we're glad to have you.
I'm in Jerusalem. I'm a neighbor of Mayan, so we're in the same area.
So you were spared this time around.
Yep.
Jeremy, we're discussing the possibility today of talks between the U.S. and Iran, though really such a possibility seems very odd at the moment, and I'm trying to understand the drive behind it. What are your thoughts about what's going on, about these talks of negotiations?
Well, I think one of the things that we're facing is a field of incredible disinformation and misinformation, and it's very difficult to make an accurate assessment of what exactly is transpiring. I have no doubt that there must be contacts going on between the sides. I think both sides, particularly the Americans and the Iranians, feel that there is a need to have some sort of fashioning of a diplomatic framework in order to have an exit ramp from this war. And I think Israel also has to think where it needs to go right now and make an assessment as to where our interests lie, whether it is in continuing this war and achieving goals that are becoming more and more limited, or going towards a diplomatic solution which could provide an element of stability over the coming, hopefully, years.
Now, what do we know about the public support for President Trump regarding this war? We know that it started pretty low and then it grew. How do you think that impacts his decision to consider talks or to try to end this?
Well, I think it does impact him. He has to face in November midterm elections and possibility of losing control of the House. And therefore, I think political considerations are very, very important to him. I think also economic considerations. The price of the gas at the pump is very critical. The world market in terms of oil production and supplies, but also the stock exchange. And I think it was very interesting that the day when he said, I think it was on Monday at a certain time, when he announced this whole idea of 15 points with the Iranians and that talks were going on, it was virtually really simultaneous to the opening of the stock exchange. So I think all of these factors are impacting Trump and his considerations. And I think it's quite possible that, first of all, I think his, let's say, the willingness to carry on with the war could be, at this point, more on the side of the Iranians, less on the side of the Americans. And I think this is a time where one has to start thinking of how you introduce diplomacy into the picture as a whole. and begin to shape some sort of framework. I mean, look, we want to limit and remove the missile threat as much as possible. But judging on today, we still have a lot of work to do. The nuclear issue is incredibly complex. I'm not sure there's a military option to neutralize the nuclear issue, given there almost a lot of talk is said about 460 kilos of uranium enriched to 60%, but in actual fact, there's about 10,000 kilos of enriched uranium in Iran already. And the idea of regime change, well, we saw there's been a regime change, but it's basically moved towards the more extreme with the Irgc and Mojtaba, who's considered, if he's still alive, to be even more extreme than his father. So I think these factors need to make us think, how do we engage with the Americans and formulate a political framework that could be an exit ramp for this war?
Thank you, Jeremy. I want to add to the conversation Dr. Nimrod Novik of Commanders for Israel Security and Israel Policy Forum. Hi.
Hi there. Glad to be back after the siren.
Thank you for joining again. We know, Nimrod, that the U.S. and Israel started this war together in tight coordination. I really wonder how they intend to finish it and if they could agree on finishing it together just the same. What do you think?
It comes down to the question of what were their respective objectives. And both sides have articulated objectives on a variety of ways, back and forth. Objectives have been diluted substantially from the outset. Initially, it was regime change. Later on, it was change in regime behavior. Certainly, as Jeremy has counted, the nuclear issue, the ballistic missiles, and the proxies. Now we have another one, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So really, your judgment of the exit strategy is partially as a result of derived from the objectives you set at the outset, but it is also derived from the progress of the campaign. Whereas there are indications from Washington, I don't want to presume to speak for Americans, but there are indications from Washington that Trump has had it and he's looking for an off-ramp. I think that in Jerusalem, this is not necessarily the case. It's not that Jerusalem is oblivious to the risk that Iran might get lucky and a single missile can cause havoc in Tel Aviv, Haifa, or somewhere else. And suddenly the support turns into anger at home. I don't think that we have a prime minister who is very experienced and he knows the risks. So I would assume that he too would like to see this end. But I think that tops his considerations is a concern that the end may not be the end on the primary objectives. And if the end looks like Gaza, which is the Trump model for us, then in Gaza we had a deal on ceasefire for hostages, which was very important and accomplished, but the phase 2 of the Gaza plan is yet to be launched.
Yet to be worked out.
And the conflict continues. And the equivalent might be, and I think that's a concern in Jerusalem, that the equivalent might be a ceasefire in return for Hormuz reopening, while all the important issues are left behind.
Very valid point here. Jeremy, is it possible that Trump may decide to hold fire and Israel won't want to? That Israel will want to continue? And in that case, must Israel abide and agree to what Trump will say?
Well, I think, in this scenario where things are changing by the minute, and frankly, President Trump hasn't exactly been consistent in his statements. So, I mean, it is possible that he will decide that this is it. This is he's achieved and he's done something which he will declare victory, and that Israel will not be happy about it. And there's some indication, I mean, in the press that Israel is doing what it can to attack as many targets as possible before this actually happens. And I don't see a situation where if President Trump decides to stop the war and have a ceasefire that Israel will carry on in Iran. Lebanon is another question, but I cannot see a situation where Israel will continue. And frankly, I think the leverage that Mr. Trump has on Mr. Netanyahu is very considerable. And if he says this is it, it'll be. That's why I think it's so critical now to be in conversations with the Americans to frame the diplomatic exit of this. We need to get some solution to primarily to the nuclear issue, which is, I'd love to say there's a perfect military solution to it, but I don't think there is, and therefore we need a political solution that is credible and will stop us having to go and return to attacking Iran in another 6 or 7 months.
Israel is fully in the loop behind the scenes?
Sorry?
And do you believe that Israel is fully in the loop behind the scenes, that they're fully aware of what's going on with Trump and the decision-making?
I would be very careful to make that assumption, because I think there are things that the Americans would do in pursuit of their own interests. And Nimrod has said, there's also, let's say, the American emphasis on the Straits of Hormuz is not necessarily an emphasis that Israel shares. And while we've had a very close relationship with the Americans militarily, I've seen situations where the political coordination is lacking, and the Americans haven't necessarily told us everything we should know.
Mm-hmm. I see. Nimrod, Israel is striking hard now in Iran as much as possible, probably before they may be forced to stop. That might be a strategy. And perhaps Iran is doing the same, because we've seen nonstop sirens all day here after there was sort of a pause overnight. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, there are two schools of thought about why the Iranians are calculating and using their ballistic missiles the way they have been, which was two very substantial, what's the term? A bunch of missiles coming together. What's the term
Salvos.
for it? Salvos. Sorry about that. Two major salvos in the early days. And then reducing to single digit for several days. And there is some uptick, maybe optical, maybe not today. And there are two schools about it in the Israeli security circles. One is that they are shooting everything they've got, whatever they can. That our and the American hunting for their launches and the missiles has been quite successful. And gradually their ability to do so is reduced. The other is what was really behind, I think, your question, which means just as in the past, they will be the ones to fire the last salvo. They have a vote on ending the fighting. There are those who believe that a prolonged attrition war serves them. And if we go from the optimistic scenario that Jeremy and I were hinting at, which is a diplomatic off-ramp, if we go for that scenario to the less optimistic one, whereby the U.S. decides to escalate, be it in any of the scenarios of boots on the ground, of taking over the Harg Island or taking over the shores of the Hormuz Straits, or whatever else escalation, the Iranians thus far have not fallen behind in what is called horizontal escalation. And they are using the soft spot of the US system, which is primarily the energy and the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council states. And the Iranian can cause a lot more damage to energy facilities across the Gulf and send the international economy into a deeper dive with serious consequences. We already hear a lot of serious consequences, primarily in the Far East, where economies are affected severely by the energy situation. So, yeah, the Iranians have a vote. and the Iranians have the instruments to make up for their obvious military inferiority.
And I'll just quickly ask you, Jeremy, shifting on to Lebanon, what could a possible deal with Iran now, if one is reached, mean for Lebanon and for the fight against Hezbollah?
That's a very good question, because it's said and it's been heard that Iran is insisting on a ceasefire also in Lebanon. And I am not so sure that Netanyahu, like I said, if Trump decides to end the hostilities in Iran, I'm not so sure that Netanyahu will agree on Lebanon. And I do think here again, I mean, I'd like to think that we could destroy Hezbollah. Once again, this has been, tried a number of times, and frankly, I think, again, we need to consider the statements made by the Lebanese government recently and start thinking of how we can frame a diplomatic framework for Lebanon, with the consultation with the Americans and also with our European allies. And we need to start thinking about how Israel's image across the world is coming over. I've seen a number of reports on TV. It's, about Lebanon. And I'd like to think that, they're talking about, Israel attacking Hezbollah, but it's about Israel displacing Lebanese civilians and even thousands of Lebanese being killed. And this is the image that we're dealing with. And as a former diplomat, I am really so worried about how Israel's is damaging its own image over time without actually improving the security situation on the ground.
Certainly a serious concern. Jeremy Sakharov and Dr. Nimrod Novik, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As war continues, one organization is stepping in to support Holocaust survivors ahead of Passover. Kolel Chabad is the oldest Jewish charity known for helping the needy and supporting them. They now have a special campaign to help Holocaust survivors for the Passover holiday, especially during these turbulent times during this war with Iran. Joining us now from New York is Zalman Duckman, Executive Director of Kolel Chabad. Thank you for joining.
Hey, how are you, Sivan?
Good, thank you. As good as could be.
Thank you for having me.
So we're heading into Passover next week during a time of war. What are you seeing on the ground when it comes to Holocaust survivors right now?
We're exactly 7 days away from the Seder. For millions of people throughout Israel will be making a Seder. We don't know if those Seders are going to take place with people alone in shelters, or maybe by some miracle together they'll be able to, together with family. Kol Chabad is responsible for 16,000 Holocaust survivors, making sure that they have food, making sure that they get fresh meals delivered. Those that many of them have home health aides that unfortunately the home health aides are unable to show up now, so they're alone, delivering hot meals every single day to thousands of Holocaust survivors. But just the thought of having a Holocaust survivor sitting alone the night of Pesach, a night that's supposed to be about freedom, of remembering miracles, and each of them endured so much that it is impossible to imagine that they should be alone without the Pesach provisions. So we have set up what is called Pack a Seder, where we're packing a Seder to go with matzah and grape juice and Haggadah. Many of them, most probably the Haggadah will be in Russian. Many of these Holocaust survivors, as a child, remembers the trauma of being in shelters when they were children, and it's extremely hard for them. And we have to do the best we can to make sure each and every single one gets delivered a Pack a Seder for them to go, to take them wherever they are. We have thousands of volunteers in Israel now planning how we're going to deliver, and we're going to begin delivering right after this Shabbat to each of them, that they should have the provisions for Passover.
So you're assisting in providing food packages, hot meals. Is it also financial aid?
Yes, Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, established in 1788 by the Alter Rebbe, the first Chabad Rebbe. And we've been helping the poor and needy in Israel ever since then. The method we use has changed. Something unique about Kol Chabad, especially when it comes to Holocaust survivors, we don't wait for them to reach out to us. We call them, we're in regular contact with them. People need to understand that we help them all year and all the time, so not just now. Most times they have our food card, where they shop using our food card. Now they're scared to leave. They're scared to leave their home, even if they and for the Seder, there's a lot more expenses. So we're going to be delivering that. And this is an opportunity for anyone around the world that feels the passion. They want to do something. You could participate in a Seder of a person that may be alone. And just the image of Holocaust survivors celebrating Seder alone in a shelter is just heart-wrenching. Could you imagine how much worse it would be if they wouldn't have matzah or grape juice or a Seder plate or other provisions? So anyone, wherever they are, it's very simple, packaseder.com, and we could deliver on your behalf. It just costs about $36. We have a lot of college students and high school students that are out of school anyways, volunteering to make the deliveries. And it's really a great opportunity. It's also a great representation of the international community coming together. Kol Chabad relies very much on donations from the international community. We also work in partnership with the IFCJ and with the Claims Conference and with local municipalities. So we work very closely with the other those in this space. But it's really a unique opportunity to see from all over the world how many people care and how passionate people are to help others at this time.
Well, Zalman Duckman, thank you very much. This is great work that you guys are doing, and hopefully it will make some people very, very happy during challenging times.
We hope it shouldn't be necessary. We would rather them go into community seders and our soup kitchens or all that. But it seems it's not on the menu.
Doing the best you can under the circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and have a Chag Kasher v'Sameach.
Thank you. Happy Passover. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from
It was a real threat against the free world, against the United States, European countries, and of course Israel. It was imminent. And if they wouldn't do it today, tomorrow we had to pay much bigger price.
For 69 years, Menashe Amir has been the voice of Israel in Persian to Iran, also Iranians living in their country and all around the world. He was the head of the Persian desk of the Israel Broadcasting Authority. He was the voice of Kol Israel in Persian. He is the premier analyst of Iran here in Israel, and I'm so privileged to have him today on the Quad Interviews. Welcome, Menashe.
Welcome to you and to your viewers. I'm happy that you have been invited me.
Well, I couldn't think of anyone better, anybody with more experience and insight into Iran than you. You are really somebody who understands the culture, the people, and the political situation. And so I want to start by asking you, Menashe, how did we get here?
Yeah, it's a great compliment for me. Thank you. We came here because some 47 years ago, a fanatic Islamic Shiite regime took over the government, the ruling in Iran, promising freedom and liberty and equality and good life and everything positive. But once they took the rule in Iran, they began to change totally. And they said that we didn't do the revolution for the safety and good behavior of good being of the Iranians. We did it for the sake of Islam. We are trying to refine the glory of Islam. And Iran is a big country. Iran is a rich country. Iran is very populated. So they wanted to use all these qualities to gain your aim, which is overruling the Islamic world and to be the leaders of Islam. They are Shiites. In fact, the fight is against the Sunnites.
The Sunnis.
Who are 90% of the Muslims in the world. And for reaching this aim, one of their targets is to annihilate Israel.
Well, I have two questions. So what you're saying is they came in pretending to be some type of a socialist communist movement that would bring people more equality and prosperity. Is that what you're saying? And then their aims were the Islamization of the country, the world, but the fight against or the homogeny over the Sunnis.
Exactly. The overtaking Iran as the first phase, then overtaking the Shiite countries in the region like Iraq and Lebanon, and later on to annihilate Israel and to take over all these region, the Middle East, and later on to go and to fight against other Muslim countries and to overthrow the situation and to become the leaders of the Islamic world.
How successful were they, Menashe?
They are bankrupt, totally bankrupt.
But their plan, their strategy worked.
No, of course not. Let me explain to you. They for reaching their aim, they began and they founded the Hezbollah of Lebanon.
Yes.
And the Houthis in Yemen. And they collaborated with Bashar Assad in Syria to overtake the Syrian government and to attack Israel from every angle. And they tried to overtake the government in Iraq and to overthrow the regime in Bahrain and other countries. Now, after the 12 days war, look, they have lost all their whatever they had, all their assets. You see what in which situation is Hezbollah in the Houthis, and they lost Syria, and the government of Iraq and United States and even Israel are fighting against the extremist Shiite groups inside Iraq. And inside Iran, I think that at least 70% of the Iranians are against this regime. They want to go back to the royal regime of Pahlavi, and to stop fighting other countries and to be in good relationship with everybody, especially Israel, and to have a real democracy. None of these they have.
Of course not. But Menashe, you know, in America right now, and somewheres in some places in Europe, there's a debate about why Israel and America attacked and why they attacked now. And the debate is, was there a threat to the Western world, and was it imminent? What can you tell us about this?
It was imminent, and it was a real threat against the free world, against the United States, European countries, and of course Israel, and all the governments in the Middle East region and the Persian Gulf region. It was an imminent danger because they have trying to reach the nuclear bomb. They were at a week or 2 weeks to make their first bomb. They have long-range missiles, 2,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers. They could attack the European countries. They have attacking now the Arab countries, the oil Arab countries. They have launched so many hundreds of missiles against Israel. Hamas, which is supported by Iran, attacked Israel in 2 years and a half. So it is an imminent danger. But I'm sorry that the European countries didn't realize that. They didn't understand that. They didn't know that if Iranians develop a missile ranging and attacking Israel, they can do one that may attack London, Paris, Madrid, Berlin, and other capitals.
But maybe they thought, Menashe, that containment was the right strategy towards them rather than go all out into war.
No, they have tried containment for several years.
Decades.
Of more than a decade. It doesn't help because they have a very serious extremist religious ideology. They want to take over. They don't care about the price that they have to pay. They don't care about the life of the people, their own citizens. Don't forget that a few months ago, in 2 nights, they have killed 36,000 Iranian citizens that their only aim was to protest about the policy of the government. They don't have any, the life of people is not
so important.
important for them at all. So imagine if they had a nuclear bomb, they would use it against Israel and against the other countries in the Middle East without any caring about. And now, even today, look at Iran, who launches missiles all the time against the Arab countries, their neighbors.
Yeah. And I think yesterday was a wake-up call for a lot of people because they sent a missile that reached the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia,
Yes.
and all of a sudden, the Europeans woke up and they said, well, if it can reach there, it can reach us. But Menashe, what then did we achieve last year in the 12-day war that we had to go back so quickly?
It didn't have to. It wasn't planned to be only 12 days.
Right.
Israel had a very arranged program.
Yeah.
To go step by step. It would take maybe 24 days,
Right.
not 12. So the aims of Israel have not finished when President Trump ordered Israel stop, make ceasefire, and don't attack more. And after several months, even Trump realized that the work was not finished, and they have to do it again. It was imminent. And if they wouldn't do it today, tomorrow we had to pay a much, much bigger price.
Well, I keep saying to people who interview me that essentially what we're doing is we're avoiding the next world war by eliminating the threat now. That's what we're doing.
Exactly.
We're trying to eliminate the threat of a next world war.
Exactly. As I told you, that if we would wait till, let's say, 1 more year, Iran would have the nuclear bomb, Iran would have the long-range missiles reaching the eastern coast of the United States, and it became much more dangerous for the not only the Middle East countries, but also for Europe and even the United States.
You know, Menashe, I remember when we spoke a few months ago before the Israel and American attack, I asked you when the Islamic Republic had killed all those people, I asked you, what's going to happen? And you actually gave me a very accurate assessment of what would happen. You said to me, there will be negotiations between the Americans and the Islamic Republic. The Americans will understand after a few weeks that they're not serious. And then maybe Israel will have to attack first. So your assessment was almost 100% correct. We attacked together. Were you pleasantly surprised that the United States made this decision so quickly?
No, of course not. After the 12 days war, which was for Trump, what he said, a great victory.
Yeah.
And he realized that this victory is not completed. So he understood the Israeli aims, and the Israeli what have explained to him that there is no other way than to regain and to attack back and to destroy whatever is not completed. One more thing. The Israelis came into conclusion that the best way is to overthrow the current regime in Iran. It took time for the United States to come into the same conclusion. Now both countries are decided to do things that may bring will pave the way for the Iranian people uprise and to overthrow this regime. Without overthrowing the regime, the Middle East will be to be in a nightmare and a disaster, and the killing and the war and the bloodshed and so on will go on, and the danger for Israel and all the Middle East and even for the United States and the free world. You see that they have closed Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah.
They may close the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, but in Yemen, and they may destroy the whole world. So they are very dangerous, and the only solution is overthrowing there to give back the democracy and freedom to the Iranian people. Iranians are a very peaceful people.
Yeah.
So once this extremist regime will be down, the peace and the cooperation and coexistence will come back to the Middle East.
Amen. Menashe, in the last day, Trump has given an ultimatum to the Islamic Republic: or open the Strait of Hormuz, or we will destroy the major energy plants in Iran. What do you think is going to happen?
I hope that they will not harm the infrastructure of Iran. There is no need. There is no need, but he may do it. And maybe there is no other choice to do that, because when there is a war, a cruelest war, and you have to use all the possibilities that you have to shorten the war and to bring the victory as soon as possible.
I agree.
Otherwise, the bloodshed will be much bigger and much more dangerous.
So what you're saying, Menashe, is that there's only one conclusion to this war that makes sense, which is bringing down the regime.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. That's what all the Israeli leaders have said that during the last years. And also Netanyahu have said it several times during this month. And once this regime will be gone away, I believe that the peaceful Iranians and their neighbors in the region, and especially Israel, will be a good neighbors for Iran, and their cooperation will bring the peace and the developments all over this region. In the past, Israel and Iran had a very positive cooperation, and I hope that it will come back soon.
Menashe, you lived a little bit in Iran before the revolution. How was it between Iran and Israel?
From 1958 on, there was a full cooperation with Israel and Iran. Don't forget that Iran is a country of most of the people, 80%, even more, are Muslims. So they had to cooperate with the Arab countries. But later and later, the king of Iran realized that having good relationship with Israel is a very important condition for the future development of Iran. So from 1958 and more exactly 1960 began some kind of cooperation with the two countries in all fields: agriculture, irrigation, medicine, even security and army. And Israel helped at least twice Iran to defend itself from the Arab countries' attacks, and
Really?
it was very important. But and I hope that once this regime will be toppled, and the Iranians will get back their freedom, the good relationship between the two countries, Israel and Iran, will come back. Not Israel and Iran alone, but Iran with all the countries in this region and all the world, including the United States.
I agree. I think it could be a new golden era of this region.
I hope so.
I really believe that.
It will become very soon.
So, Menashe, you speak to Iranians both inside and outside your whole life.
Every day.
Every single day you get on and do your YouTube channel, and you broadcast and you explain Israel to the Iranian people, and you get messages from the Iranian people. What are they telling you?
The Israelis, the Iranians, first of all, they praise Israel, especially Bibi Netanyahu.
He's become a hero over there.
He is a hero for the Iranians. He's a symbol of Israel, of course. And they thank him. In fact, they thank the Israeli army and Mossad and all the Israeli organizations. And they also call for a better, going back to the golden era between the two countries. And it will come. I'm sure that it will come, because it's an unnatural regime which governs today Iran.
Well, you could even call it a foreign occupation in a way, what they have there.
Some kind of foreign cultural occupation.
Cultural occupation.
Yes, of course.
And Menashe, do you think, what do you think we have to do to get to the point that the Iranian people can now take over their country? Do you think it's possible sooner, later? I mean, I know that you can't make predictions at this point because we don't know what's going to happen. But, you know, you're somebody with a lot of experience. How do you see this playing out?
I think that judging the 21 days that passed, Israel has done a very fine job, very good. It was well arranged and well done.
Yeah.
But we don't know yet when it will be, the possibilities will be given to the Iranian people to uprise. It may take time, because these governments, first of all, they have an ideologic and religious fanatic ideas.
Which means they're suicidal? They're not rational?
Yes, of course they are not. According to the Shiite belief, you have to fight till your last
breath,
the drop of blood. And if you fail, the heaven is ready for you to accept you. So this is one of the reasons. The other reason is that they have no way to go to save their lives and to go abroad to run away.
They can't go to Russia like Assad did?
I don't think that Russia will accept them. Maybe some of them, the leaders, and not all of them. And China, of course, not. So if they submit, they will lose their life, their belongings, maybe their family, and their religion. So that's the reason that we are now in the middle of a very hard war.
Yeah.
And we have to be patient, to continue to fight, to plan, and to hope that Iran will regain its freedom, and all the region will regain the calm and peace.
Amen. And from what you know from inside sources, are there beginning to be cracks in the regime, in the leadership, in the Basij, in the army? There's so many layers of the repressive regime. Do you see cracks anywhere? Are the leadership abandoning their posts? Are people who are maybe a little less ideological saying, we don't want to continue with this?
We have some guess. We are not sure because it's very hard nowadays to bring out the real news from Iran. Of course there is a crack. Of course there is. But meanwhile, the extremists are still governing and deciding and planning and fighting, and they don't want to leave and to go away.
And when you hear the president, Pezeshkian, saying, on the one hand, we don't want to attack the Gulf countries, and on the same morning, the Gulf countries are attacked, what does that tell you?
It means that there is a difference of view between the political leaders and the revolutionary guards. In fact, Iran is governed not today and not after the death of Ali Khamenei, but always during his rule. During the rule of Ali Khamenei, the real ruler of Iran have been the revolutionary guards. They have dictated to Khamenei because they as an army organization, they want fight, they want war, they want chaos, and they want to have big budgets to make bigger and longer ranger missiles and to take over not only the Iranian government but all the neighbor countries.
So is it possible that the Revolutionary Guard is more fanatical than the political leadership?
I mean, maybe if you mean religious fanatic, no, I don't think so. But they are fanatic. They are dangerous. They seek the fight. They seek the war, and that's what is governing nowadays Iran, and that also explains to you why they are not ready to finish the war and to accept the will of the international governments and international humanity.
And the new supreme leader, is he even aware that he became the supreme leader? Is he a puppet now of the Revolutionary Guard?
Has Iran a supreme leader?
The new supreme leader, Mojtaba.
Does Iran have a new leader?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. Mojtaba is a person, is still hiding. We don't know if he is alive and he's able and he's functioning. Of course not. There is no leader in Iran today. The real leader are the Revolutionary Guards, and they have also fighting the political level, and they dictate their will. And in fact, as I told you, even during the Ali Khamenei, the real rulers of Iran have been the Revolutionary Guards, and it's the same today. If there is Mojtaba Khamenei or there is not,
yeah, it makes no difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
So what would we have to do? What does America and Israel have to do to get rid of the Revolutionary Guard, or at least to throw them into chaos?
They have to give more support and more possibilities to the Iranian people to overthrow this regime. And maybe the Israeli drones are governing today, ruling the Iranian sky, especially in Tehran, and they have to kill most of the suppressive agents of the regime to enable the Iranian citizens to uprise and to overthrow these blood thirsty regime. And
How many are there
of whom?
of the Revolutionary Guard?
They are between 800,000 till 1 million. But the government in Iran, it doesn't have today enough money to pay their wages.
So do you think that's what will bring it down
It
when
may
they're not
be-
getting their
Maybe
salaries?
one of the reasons
Factors.
to do so, but one of the factors to do so, and besides that, the mismanagement of the government supplying the needs of the people every day. They don't have foreign currency, and this is also one of the more important reasons why the Iranians will sooner or later uprise and throw away this government.
Because there's no basic service, there's no water, there's no food has become impossibly expensive. Inflation is out of control.
There is some, but maybe tomorrow there will be nothing, because if President Trump threatened that they will attack the infrastructure of Iran, tomorrow there will but not be anything left, and the government, the chaos will bring down the regime, even without the uprising of the Iranians. It's very hard to guess what may happen, but all the possibilities are open.
Did you imagine, Menashe, a couple of years ago that we'd be in this situation now? Did you see this coming?
Of course, there is no doubt, because it's an unusual and artificial regime in Iran. Iranians are cultured. They are very
Liberal-minded.
liberal-minded, and they love the Western civilization, the freedom, the culture, the music, and everything. And Iranians want to be to have a modern country.
Well, they want to be a democracy, I assume.
And a democracy and a modern country in everything. But Khomeini came and he tried to bring back Iran 1,400 years back, and he didn't succeed to do that.
And why was their ideology so... why did they invest so much in the destruction of Israel? They want to be, okay, the rulers of the Muslim world, great. They want to be, Shias want to be they want to control the Sunnis. Okay. Why Israel? And then why America?
2 reasons. First of all, they hate Jews.
Okay.
They say when their Mahdi, the Mashiach, Messiah, will come, he will kill all the Jews.
That's the first thing the Messiah is going to do.
That's what they believe.
Okay.
So Israel doesn't have the right to exist. One reason. The other reason is that this land is an Islamic land. Jews are not allowed to live here. The practical reason is that we, the Muslim Shiites, want to be the leaders, the real leaders of the Islamic world. We are 10% of the Islamic world, but we claim that the leadership belongs to us. How we can prove that? So Khomeini said, you see, all the Islamic countries forgot the Palestinian case, but we are the only country, the only real Muslims who still fight for the sake of the Palestinians. We give them money and we give them weapon. So we are the real leaders of the Islamic world.
So they're using the Palestinian cause
Exactly.
to establish themselves as the leaders of the Muslim world, as Shias,
Exactly.
even though the Palestinians are
That's
Sunnis.
one of the ways.
Yeah. And what's their problem with America?
I think that if you say America, I prefer to say Western world.
The Western world. America represents that.
Exactly. They ignored it. They didn't understand. I told you about my meeting with the Austrian ambassador who was going to Tehran. And when I was in Vienna, they asked me to meet the ambassador and to give him some briefing him about Iran. And in this meeting, I told him that Iran has built a missile called Shahab 3, which reaches Israel. They intend to make the Shahab 4 to attack the European countries. And they plan the Shahab 5 for reaching the eastern coast of the United States. And he made me ridicule.
What did he say? He laughed.
Some kind, yes. He didn't believe. Nonsense. They didn't believe that Iran may be such a dangerous country, even for threatening Europe and the United States. But nowadays they are awakening little by little and understanding how dangerous this regime is. But still, they are not ready to engage in a real war against the regime in Iran.
Are they cowards?
I don't know. First of all, they are weak.
Mm.
They don't have real armies.
Mm.
And they prefer business with Iran than fight. And they still don't realize the imminent danger of the Iranian regime.
Mm. Are you surprised, Menashe, that Russia and China have not come to Iran's rescue?
For me, it was very natural because as long as I know the Russian policy, they want to get to use all the possibilities of other governments to make them bigger and greater and stronger. And that's what they have done towards Iran. They got many help from Iran and they didn't extend almost any help to the Iranian regime.
The Iranians have been helping them with the war against Ukraine.
Exactly. And also Russia doesn't want a nuclear Iran.
They don't want one either.
Of course.
And what's China's excuse? China was buying their oil, sanctioned oil.
China is a business
country.
That's
it.
So they want to have to profit all the possibilities of the Middle Eastern countries. The Chinese need a great quantity of minerals.
Energy and minerals.
And energy. And this is in the Middle East.
So they'll do business with the devil. They don't care.
Exactly.
But they won't come to rescue the devil.
Of course not. They will never engage in a war supporting Iran. Of course not.
And so I guess there's only one way this is going to go. The question is how long it's going to take, I assume.
I don't know, but I hope that it will be short.
Amen.
Because the bloodshed is going bigger and greater and more dangerous. The Iranian people suffered enough. All the people in the region, the Arab countries, Israel, and also the citizens of the United States who have paid a great amount of money and effort for toppling this regime. I hope that it may come soon.
Amen. And Menashe, as somebody who communicates daily with the people of Iran, what do you tell them? What is your message to them every day when you get up and you go on your channel and you know they're watching you? What do you say to them?
First of all, I give them hope. I remind them that Iran is a big country. Iran has a great civilization. Iranians have suffered during the history. and they don't be disappointed. They don't have to be discouraged. They have to continue their effort, their fight, and they will win. And the Iranian, the regime today is not a natural regime. They are mismanaging the country. They are threatening other countries. They are a dictatorship, and they have proved that they cannot govern and to take a country and to fulfill the needs of the nation. And they are cheating. They are robbing all the treasures of the country. They are giving the Iranians financial potential to proxy groups and so on. They want to wage war and to sacrifice the Iranian blood and so on. These are, of course, Iranians know that, but giving them hope and advice and explaining to them what really happens in the region and what they may expect to happen gives them a great hope, and it also paves the way for the future good neighborhood and friendship and cooperation between Israel and Iran.
Amen. Menashe Amir, thank you for the incredible work you've done your entire life. And I hope that we'll be able to visit Tehran very soon.
Of course.
I want to go with you.
You are invited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to manipulate you to make a point, to show you something that has been happening to you every single day since this Iran war began, and honestly, way before that. And once you see it, you will never read the news the same way again. Here's how it works. I am going to show you a headline. This time it's from the New York Times. And I want you to notice, honestly, genuinely, just notice what conclusion you walk away with after reading it. Are you ready? Ali Larijani, Iran's de facto political leader, killed by Israel. The killing, which Iran confirmed, could embolden Iranian hardliners as the US-Israeli bombing campaign continues. So you've just read it, and my question to you is, who are the bad guys? If your answer was America and Israel because of their bombing campaign, you have just gotten manipulated in real time by a headline, and you didn't even feel it happening. Because the truth is, here is who Ali Larijani really was. He was the man who, as head of Iran's judiciary, oversaw the crackdown that killed tens of thousands of Iranian protesters. The exact amount, we don't yet know. Men and women who went into the streets asking for the exact freedoms that the New York Times claims to stand for. He didn't just know about the executions, he was the man behind it, and he's the one who signed it off. It's not for nothing that he was one of the most feared enforcers in the entire Islamic Republic apparatus. That's the person that the New York Times is calling a de facto political leader. And not only did they not mention any of that in the headline, they didn't mention it in the first paragraph of the article, or the second. It was buried so deep that the majority of readers who statistically never read past the headline never saw it at all. And guys, don't be idiots. This was not a mistake. It's part of their borne-out strategy. And it is one of the 8 strategies that Western media have been using every single day across every major outlet since this war began, and again, way before that. The media has been lying about the US-Israel war in Iran, and I'm going to show you exactly, trick by trick, headline by headline, how they do it. This is your guide to not being manipulated. You are very welcome. Welcome to the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's dive right in. Since this all began, something extraordinary has happened in Western newsrooms. Journalists who spent years claiming to stand for human rights, press freedom, and democracy have found themselves consistently, repeatedly, and suspiciously on the same side as the Islamic Republic of Iran. A terrorist entity, I'll remind you. Now, we have come to expect it with the Israel-Gaza war. The Palestinian cause has long been heralded as the ultimate underdog, but the story has now flipped. It's no longer about supporting the oppressed Palestinians. It's about obsessing over a narrative that creates the narrative of the West being the oppressors, even if that means supporting outright terrorists. We all know the media loves to manipulate the facts to push an agenda, but only they try to do it kind of subtly. This time, however, the lies have been so obtuse, so in your face, that it's almost comedic. It's actually so bad that the FCC has now issued a direct warning to broadcasters, saying that those who perpetrate fake news must act in the public interest or risk losing their licenses. That is extraordinary and unprecedented, and there's a reason for it. But before I walk you through the tricks, I need to give you the one insight that reframes everything that you're about to see. You see, most people assume that when the media lies, they make something up, a fake quote, a fabricated statistic, something that can be fact-checked and corrected. That almost never happens because outright lying is dangerous. It gets corrections and it can get lawsuits and anyone can check it. What the media does instead is far more sophisticated and far harder to catch. It's selective truth plus a strategic emphasis to get a certain point across. It's choosing which facts to include and which to quietly leave out, which photo to run and what story to bury on page 12, where to start the story and where to end it, which experts to call and which ones don't get a call back. Nothing is actually fabricated. It's just manipulated to look a certain way. And once I show you the manipulation toolkit, you will never read a headline the same way again. So, trick number 1. The headline. We already met our first trick in the opening, but I want to go deeper because the Larijani headline is such a perfect specimen that it deserves a full dissection. Here's the stat that changes how you read every headline from this point forward. 6 out of 10 people never read past the headline. Never. Not the first paragraph, not the subhead, just the headline. And then they scroll on, carrying that conclusion with them for the rest of the day. Which means the person writing the headline has more power over public opinion than almost any other person in journalism. And some of them know exactly what they're doing with it. Let's take a look at that Larijani headline again. Ali Larijani, Iran's de facto political leader, killed by Israel. 3 choices, and every single one of them is very deliberate. De facto political leader. Not a terrorist, not a regime enforcer, not the man who signed the death warrants of the protesters, but a political leader, legitimate, official. The kind of person whose killing sounds like an assassination of a head of state. Killed, not eliminated, not targeted in a military operation. Killed, the word used for a crime, the word used for victims. U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign. Not a war, not Operation Roaring Lion, not a campaign against a terror regime. A bombing campaign. The phrase used for indiscriminate violence, the phrase that conjures America and Israel as the crazy ones. 3 words, 3 choices, all pointing in a very, very similar direction. And here's what makes it genius from a manipulation standpoint. Every single one of those words is defensible. He was technically a political figure. He was technically killed. It is technically a bombing campaign. If you call them out, they shrug and say, it's accurate. But accuracy and honesty are not the same thing. And what they choose to leave out is often where the real story lives. Which brings us to trick number 2, the half-truth. The one I think is the most dangerous of all because it's the most invisible. They don't lie about Larijani. He was a political figure. That part is true. What they did was tell you the part of the truth that served their narrative and quietly leave out the part that didn't. Ali Larijani oversaw the crackdown that killed tens of thousands of Iranian protesters, men and women who wanted democracy, who wanted to take off their hijabs, who wanted to vote for leaders who actually represented them. And Larijani's judiciary haunted them, imprisoned them, tortured them, and executed them. That context, that essential, fundamental, narrative-changing context was buried so deep in the article that the majority of readers never even reach it. This isn't just about one man. The half-truth runs through every aspect of this war's coverage. The headline trick is about the words they choose, but the half-truth is about the words they leave out entirely. And there is no better example than what Western media did to the Iranian people for years before this war even started. Cast your mind back. The protests, millions of Iranians across every major city, every age group, every background, pouring into the streets. The images should have been everywhere. And here is how virtually every major Western outlet described what was happening. Economic protests. CNN, BBC, New York, The Times, The Guardian, all of them. Economic protests. And you know what? technically they're not wrong. Iranians were angry about the economy. The fact that they could afford nothing really pushed them over the edge. Inflation is brutal. Unemployment is real. So the economic part is true. But here's what those same protesters were chanting in the streets whilst Western journalists were typing the words economic protests. Death to the dictator. Mullahs must go. Women, life, freedom. This homeland will not be free until the mullah is gone. These were not people who were protesting about the price of bread. The economic problem was just the symptom. They are people demanding the end of a 47-year theocratic occupation. They were putting their bodies on the line, knowing that they would be arrested, tortured, executed for the same values that Western journalists claim to hold sacred. And the New York Times called it an economic protest. Nothing they wrote was actually fabricated, because the economic grievances are real. But by choosing that frame and leaving out the political revolution happening in the same streets trying to denounce the Islamic Republic, they did something profound. They transformed a freedom movement into the cost of living complaint. They made tens of millions of people fighting for democracy and for their rights against Islamization look like they were angry about their grocery bills. And why should an American care about Iran's grocery bills, let alone go to war for that? And that's why it matters. Because if the Iranian people are understood as a population demanding liberation from a terrorist regime that is impacting the entire world, everything changes. The moral case for this war becomes obvious. The idea that America and Israel are the aggressors becomes absurd. The entire narrative the media has been building collapses. So, instead of allowing that to happen, they just left that part out. And they did this across every major outlet for years. That is the half-truth. It's not a lie, just a fabrication. Just a careful, deliberate selection of which part of the truth you are allowed to see. And the part you aren't shown, well, that's often where the real story's living the whole time. Which brings us to trick number 3, the selective clock. And this is the one that's really sneaky, because this one requires no omission, no careful word choice, no parried paragraph. It just requires choosing when to start the story. Think about it like this. If I show you a video of someone punching another person, the puncher is obviously the villain. But what if I showed you the 10 seconds before that punch? Maybe the victim really was the first person to throw the blow. Maybe they've been threatening the other person for years. Suddenly, it's a completely different story. It's the same punch that you're witnessing, but there's a different clock, a different context. The media controls the clock, the context when the story starts. They are the one who decides how to portray the villain and when the villain comes into the picture. If you start the clock of this war at February 28th, the day US and Israeli strikes began, then America is the aggressor. It's unprovoked. Bombing campaigns, just like the headline said. But start the clock where the story actually begins, and here's what you're going to see instead. 47 years of the Islamic Republic funding terrorist organizations across the Middle East. The October 7th attack and thousands of terrorist attacks that had happened before that Iran bankrolled and celebrated. The Houthi missiles closing international shipping lanes and threatening global trade. The nuclear program that was months, if not weeks, away from weapons-grade enrichment. The 40,000 plus protesters they killed in the streets for asking for democracy, time and time again killing the revolutions. If you start there, then the strikes don't really look unprovoked at all. They look like the last option after every other option has been exhausted for 4 decades. Same war, different starting point, completely different villain. And here's the part that I kind of find almost darkly funny. These are the same outlets that spent years publishing alarming coverage about Iran's nuclear program. Iran is months from the bomb. The threat is existential. The window for action is closing. Years of this from those exact same newsrooms. The moment action was actually taken on that threat, however, suddenly, was military action really necessary? Couldn't diplomacy have worked? The journalists who spent years documenting the danger discovered they're in a pacifist the moment America acted upon it. Because, surprise, surprise, it wasn't the government that they liked. None of them replayed their own coverage from 6 months ago, or a year ago, or 10 years ago. Nobody asked them to. The clock just got quietly reset. And the story began again, and this time with new villains. Why do they suddenly change that narrative? We will get to that in a second. But first, trick number 4, the language that is chosen. You see, words are not neutral. Every single word in a news story was chosen by a human being in a building somewhere who has a worldview. The idea of unbiased news It's not realistic. And the words that they choose reveal exactly what their bias is, even when they'd swear to you that they don't have one. I want to read you something. This is a real paragraph from the Washington Post, published on the day Khamenei, that manic terrorist that ran the Islamic Republic for the last few years, the day that he died. With his bushy white beard and easy smile, Ayatollah Khamenei cut a more avuncular figure in public than his perpetually scowling, but much more revered mentor, and he was known to be fond of Persian poetry and classic Western novels, especially Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. I literally had my jaw drop to the floor when I read that, and I'll just give you a moment to protest that Santa description of a terrorist leader, the man responsible for the direct murdering of tens of thousands of his own people, the architect of the crackdown on women, life freedom movement, the financier of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis, who themselves have managed to kill tens and thousands other, the man who spent 35 years trying to build a nuclear weapon pointed at Israel, and the man who denied the Holocaust and vowed to cleanse the world of what he called the Zionist cancer. The Washington Post wanted you to know about his bushy white beard and his easy smile and his love of Les Mis. I promise you, this is not satire. Now, this happens to be a ridiculous case, one that actually worked in our favor because it was actually embarrassing for them. You cannot describe an Ayatollah as a Santa Claus. But it wasn't just the Post. The New York Times headlined its obituary, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, hardline cleric who made Iran a regional power, is dead at 86. He ain't dead at 86. He was taken out by America and Israel in an amazing military operation. And they go further. The Beast described him as having a magnanimous aloofness, running the country from a perch above the jousting of daily politics. The Wall Street Journal called him undisputed head of post-revolutionary Iran who nurtured the country's global ambitions but struggled at home with a withering economy. Those ambitions being taking over the world with Sharia law. Making, of course, no mention of his vow to cleanse the world of the Western cancer, nor of his Holocaust denial, nor of his leadership of terrorist entities across the Middle East and sleeper cells across the West. Despite Khamenei's backing of terrorist action from Lebanon to Argentina, the word terrorist appeared only once in the entire 4,000-word obituary. The Economist published a piece that began, increasingly over the course of 3 decades, Ali Khamenei knew he was personally in the great Satan's sights, using the Islamic Republic's own propaganda term for America without a single qualifier. Now, let me tell you what this technique is called. Media researchers at the Pew Research Center call it both-sidism, the idea that real journalism means presenting a supposed both sides on every story, even when one of those sides is a murderous theocratic dictator. The apparent idea being to present a considerably evil and murderous tyrant as a guy whose downtime was spent cozily reading poetry and Les Mis. And this isn't the first time. In 2019, the Washington Post described ISIS leader al-Baghdadi, after his killing during Trump's first term, as an austere religious scholar. They were ridiculed for it then. They learned nothing. As one observer noted on X, comparing the Times' scathing obituary of cancelled cartoonist Scott Adams with its gentle treatment of Khamenei, a brutal enemy of the United States was treated with gentleness, whilst an American comedian was memorialized with contempt. I mean, just look at how they cover Trump to understand this. This contrast is kind of hard to ignore. And here's the question you should be sitting with right now. If Donald Trump died tomorrow, do you think that the Washington Post would lead with his easy smile, his love of golf, his fondness for Diet Coke? You already know the answer. And that gap between how they describe people they oppose and people they're willing to humanize tells you everything about whose side they're on. Now let's talk about the name of the war itself, because the Khamenei obituaries are actually just one example of a much wider language strategy running across every aspect of this coverage. Al Jazeera titles every daily update, U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran. Not the Iran war, not Operation Roaring Lion, not the campaign to dismantle the world's largest terror regime. U.S.-Israel attacks every single day. And while simultaneously, as Honest Reporting has documented, the BBC aired images of mourners drawn from regime-controlled broadcasters with little scrutiny of their staging. emotive coverage of tears in Tehran for the Ayatollah, clinical damage reporting when Iranian missiles hit the region. Same outlet, but they use different framing. The NPR, the US-Israeli war in Iran. Same formula, every article. Notice what both framings share. America and Israel the subject, the actors, the aggressors. Iran is the object, the thing being acted upon, the victim. And watch how they describe the regime itself. Iranian officials announced, Tehran confirmed, Iran's government stated. Every one of those phrases extends diplomatic legitimacy to a revolutionary theocratic militia that seized power by force in 1979 and has held it through execution, torture, and mass imprisonment ever since. You would never read ISIS announced without qualification or Al-Qaeda confirmed without context. These organizations don't get the grammar of legitimacy. But the Islamic Republic, which funded more terrorism, killed more descendants, and destabilized more countries than either of those organizations combined, gets Iranian officials every single time without comment. As honest reporting have put it, calling a regime ideologue a hardliner obscures the reality that he headed a theocratic state apparatus that jailed journalists, executed political prisoners, funded Hezbollah and Hamas, and ordered violent crackdowns against his own people. Headlines shape historical memory. The first paragraph matters more than the 12th. In death and in war, reputations are distilled, and authoritarian rulers should not be granted the luxury of diluting the terrible things that they did. There is no false equivalence. The presentation of two sides as morally equal when they are not remotely comparable is another thing that they do. The US-Israel coalition and Iran have different perspectives on the conflict. Do they? One side executes teenagers for demanding democracy. One side fires cluster munitions at kindergartens. One side loved Les Mis, apparently. Presenting a terrorist regime as the same as America and Israel is madness. These two sides are not equally valid perspectives, and pretending that is the case doesn't make you balanced. But here's the thing, it does something else too, something a little bit more insidious. When you read Iranian officials, your brain doesn't picture a militia that seized power. It pictures a government, a legitimate one, the kind that represents its people, the kind that when it speaks for Iran. And that assumption, that quiet automatic assumption, is exactly what they're counting on. Because who would tell you that there's enormous difference between the Islamic Republic and the Iranian people? That the regime and the population are not the same thing and are in fact violent fundamental oppositionists to each other. That the Iranian officials announce things on behalf of Iran represents a government with tens of millions of Iranians who have been risking their lives to overthrow for decades. Not the New York Times, not in that sentence, not in that framing. By calling them Iranian officials without context, without qualification, and without the single sentence that could change everything, the media quietly merges the regime and the people into one. Iran speaks, Iran confirms, Iran wars, as if the 90 million human beings are behind every word coming out of Tehran. They are not, and the media knows that they are not. When they say Iranian officials, without actually explaining what they're doing, without the sentence that separates secular, freedom-seeking population from the theocratic minority that has been holding them hostage for 45 years, that's a problem, because that sentence changes the whole story. So they leave it out, which brings us to trick number 5, the invisible people. This is the one I find hardest to talk about because it's not just a media trick and it's not just a framing choice or a headline decision. It's a profound moral failure and it has real consequences for real people who are living through this war right now. Here's the story this war is actually about. The story that every broadcast should be leading with. Every front page, every analysis piece, every newsroom on earth. The story is the story of the Iranian people. Not the Islamic Republic, not Tehran, not Iranian officials, not the US and Trump and Israel and war, the actual human beings, 90 million of them, who have been living under a theocratic occupation for 47 years, who have been in the streets repeatedly at enormous personal risk, begging for their freedom, who watch their friends get shot, their children get arrested, their futures get stolen by a government that Western journalists keep neutrally describing as Iranian officials. When Khamenei died, those Iranians went to the street to celebrate. Dancing, fireworks, 47 years of relief pouring out into the open air. People who had spent their entire lives under his rule. They're finally breathing. But did the CNN lead with that story? Was that the BBC's top piece? Did the New York Times run a photo essay on the joy of a people finally free of their oppressor? What you got instead, from almost every major Western outlet, were state-organized pro-regime rallies, carefully curated, state-managed by the same government that was simultaneously firing on the people who were celebrating in the streets. They didn't tell the story of the majority of the Iranians. They told the story of the terrorist regime. In some cases, they even used images from years ago, as the protests in support of the Islamic regime were so small in comparison to what they were trying to sell to the American public. The real Iranians, the majority secular ones, the educated ones, the ones who want exactly what the West claims to stand for, have been written out of their own story. Their role as the moral heart of this entire war, the people whose freedom is the entire justification for it, has been stolen and handed to the regime that oppresses them. Iranian descendants and activists are screaming about this on social media throughout the entire war, calling out the outlets by name and explaining patiently, kind of, furiously, more likely, that the coverage was amplifying their oppressors whilst erasing them. And almost nobody in mainstream media is listening. It goes beyond whose celebration you see. It's whose suffering actually counts. When you hear that people mourn the death of Khamenei, you have been directly lied up to about the truth of the Iranian people. They found a minority group and made them the majority, making you think that to support the Iranian people, you should be against the U.S. actions. They are not only erasing them, they are using them at real cost to their own life to push forward their agenda of hating the U.S. government. It's beyond manipulative, and it has real consequences. And it's not just them that are being erased. This week, for example, Islamic cluster munitions, internationally banned weapons designed specifically to scatter shrapnel across the widest possible human area, hit a kindergarten in Israel. A kindergarten in a residential neighborhood. The week before, 4 people were wounded in Israel. An Israeli child was treated for shrapnel injuries from an Islamic Republic missile. Find me those photos on The Guardian's front page. Find me the wall-to-wall CNN coverage. Find me the expert panel being convened to ask whether these strikes constitute war crimes. I thought children were the moral justification for hating war. Have we not been told that for years? Well, it turns out that it depends if those children are aligned with the outlet's agenda. If not, they are irrelevant. If yes, they are used to push an agenda. Does that sound familiar? Almost like the terrorists themselves, who have no qualms about putting children in harm's way as long as it serves the imagery that they are trying to present of the oppressors. This manipulation doesn't just erase the real truth. They are using it against the real victims. And that to me is unforgivable. You see, your brain registers this asymmetry without you even consciously noticing it. And slowly, quietly, without being told a single outright lie, you've been taught whose lives matter in the war. If it's an attack on Israel, it's normative, right? They have created a reality in which you have been molded into believing that certain lives matter more than others. Unfortunately, that's not journalism. It's actually looking much more like propaganda. And is there any more obvious propaganda trick in the book than imagery? Which brings us to trick 6, the photo. We've talked about whose stories get told. Now let's talk about the single fastest way to bypass someone's brain entirely and go straight to their emotions. The picture. Your brain processes an image in 13 milliseconds. Before you read a word, before you've had a single conscious thought, a photograph has already told you how to feel. Neuroscientists call it emotional priming, and the media likes to call it their front page. It is extraordinarily powerful, because unlike a headline, which you can interrogate, look up, fact check, an image just hits. You don't analyze a photograph, you kind of feel it. And so here is the question you need to ask every single time you see a photo in Iran war coverage. Whose children am I seeing? And which children am I not? The Iranian child at the Tehran market, the vigil photo, the crying mother. Those ran everywhere. Al Jazeera, picked out by the Western outlets, front pages. But the kindergarten in Israel hit by an Iranian cluster munition this week? Where was that photo? Did you see it? The Israeli child with shrapnel injuries? Where was that image? The 3 children who were killed in a bomb shelter? Did you see them? Same war, same week, different children from different parts of the world. One group of these children are existing in the visual narrative of this conflict, and one group of children doesn't. And this is what they do to your brain without you knowing it. You feel protective of the child you saw. You feel nothing in particular about the child that you weren't shown. Not because you're heartless, but because you never saw them. Sympathy in this war has been allocated for you by an editor who has made a choice about who they think you should care about more. Notice which pictures are shared of the conflict and its leaders. Is it Trump looking calm, or is he scowling and angry? Is it the American pilots who are heroically fighting, or is it bombing and destruction? That's the photo trick. And once you'll know it, you'll notice it everywhere. Trick number 7, the fake civil war. Okay, after all that, let me give you one that's almost funny. Because this one is so nakedly political, so transparent, so obviously coordinated that I'm genuinely amazed they thought they'd get away with it. Here's the trick. If you want to demoralize a political movement, you don't attack it directly. Too obvious. Instead, you tell it that it's collapsing from within. You manufacture a civil war, even when there isn't one. The moment Trump launched strikes on Iran, before the smoke had even cleared, here came the headlines. MAGA is split. Cracks in Trump's base. Will MAGA forgive Trump's betrayal? MAGA voices warn Iran's backlash will only grow. So many different outlets over 4 days, and they still had the same story. Every single one quotes the same 3 people. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Steve Bannon. That's it. That's the fracture. That's the civil war that Bloomberg dedicated a cover story to. A few podcasters who disagree with a president. That's the major rebellion. Meanwhile, here's what the actual polling shows. More than 80% of MAGA Republicans support the strikes. More than 85% trust Trump over the podcasters on this issue. 6% have sided with Tucker. The trend in public opinion is moving towards Trump throughout this entire period, a fact that has been buried deep in the same bowls, being headlined as evidence of his unraveling base. Why do they do it? Well, because they know that when talking to the other side of the political spectrum, there is an inherent distrust. So instead of trying to convince you, they tell you that your side has already been convinced of this, that there is a legitimacy to the issues with the war, that even though you might think this is good, so many of your fellow political friends don't, so maybe you're the one in the wrong. And that's how they get in your head. And they get other benefits to it too. When people see that the other side is losing, they get incentivized. They might have a chance. The Democrats, obviously, are waiting. This whole war is leading up to the election, and it's the most poignant that the media get ahead. Let's be clear. The media invented a civil war. They built it from 3 names, repeated it across tens of outlets in a few days, and hoped the repetition alone would make it real. Because a united, enthusiastic, MAGA base supporting Trump heading into the midterms is their worst nightmare. So they manufacture chaos. They repeat the same 3 names until it feels like a movement, and they call it reporting, and they wonder why nobody trusts them anymore. And that repetition brings us to the last trick, the simplest one, and in many ways the most powerful. Repetition. Say something enough times and it starts to feel like truth. There is a name for this in psychology, the illusory truth effect. Researchers have demonstrated repeatedly and conclusively that the more times people hear a statement, the more likely they are to believe it. Not because they've been presented with evidence or because they have been logically persuaded, it's just because of repetition. Your brain confuses recognition with truth. If something sounds familiar, if you feel like you've heard it before, your brain shortcuts to, oh, that's a true thing. MAGA is split. Trump's goals are unclear. The U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign. U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran. See it on CNN, see it on MSNBC, see it in the New York Times, see it in the Washington Post, see it in NPR, see it on Al Jazeera, see it on the BBC, and suddenly it feels like an established fact. Like something everyone knows. Like the kind of thing only a conspiracy theorist would question. That's not actually journalism. That's not even traditional propaganda, which at least requires effort and invention. It's more like conditioning. It's the deliberative exploitation of a cognitive vulnerability that every human being has. And it works until you know it's happening, which, because of this episode, now you do. So why are they doing all this? Why are they going through so many different manipulation tactics to get you to believe that this war is bad? There are 3 basic reasons, and none of them are super complicated. Number 1, ideology. This failure didn't begin with Iran. It began long before, in journalism schools and editorial cultures, in a worldview that took root over decades and became the default operating systems of Western newsrooms. A generation of journalists were trained to see America and Israel as the primary sources of global instability. This is not a fringe view in those buildings. It is the mainstream. It shapes every choice, every photo selection, every headline, every expert call, every clock setting, whether the journalist making the choice consciously realizes it or not. It has been so embedded in them that even when confronted with the fact that they are supporting terrorists in real time, they convince themselves that what they're doing is the right thing. That's actually what makes it the most dangerous. The most effective bias isn't the kind people know they have. It's the kind that just feels like common sense, like fighting for justice. They don't even think they are evil, even though they are. The second thing is money. Anti-war, anti-Trump, anti-Israel content drives enormous engagements from the core audience of legacy media. The New York Times, CNN, the Washington Post, they're not really informing readers anymore. They're just feeding them. And there's a critical difference between those two things. One serves the public. The other serves the algorithm, i.e. the owners of the media companies. One builds an informed citizenry, and the other builds a loyal, outraged, perpetually renewed subscription base. Guess which one is more profitable? Outrage equals ratings, which is why they pushed the Iran has a nuke ideology for so long. Keep people scared, they will keep checking. But the second it doesn't align with that narrative, the second the story could be manufactured for one that has even more outrage, the facts suddenly change. Which brings us to number 3, politics. Every fake civil war story, every Trump knocked on his heels headline, every poll framed around opposition rather than the shifting trend line beneath it, they all serve one function: suppress Republican enthusiasm, shape the political environment before November, make the base feel like it's losing even when it isn't, make the people think that the numbers aren't behind them, make politicians think that to win the midterms they should be anti-Trump or Israel or whatever narrative is being pushed by the public. It's an electoral strategy, but it's just dressed up as journalism, and boy oh boy are they doing a good job at it. But here's the part that they didn't count on, and that is that the world is smarter than they think. Yes, some are stupider, but most of us have the ability to understand that something here is off. This is something that I see every single day in comments, in messages, in the conversations happening between ordinary people who have started to notice, kind of viscerally actually, the gap between what the media tells them and what their own eyes show them. The Iranian people went to the streets to celebrate when Khamenei died. The media didn't show it, but people saw it. They saw it in the streets, they saw it on their phones, they saw it in their feeds from Iranians that they follow. Even when the media was shut down, the carefully curated pro-regime rally couldn't compete with the raw footage of joy that millions of people shared with each other in real time. You cannot control the narrative when everyone has a camera. And even when those cameras are taken, there are still leakages. Over 80% of MAGA Republicans support the strikes. And if you speak to anybody in MAGA, that is what you're going to hear. You see, the base read 3 weeks of MAGA's split headlines and then looked at the polling and realized, wait a second, that polling is much more aligned with the reality that I am living in. Trust in legacy media is now at an historic low, not because people stopped caring about the news, not at all, but because the gap between what they're being told and what they see has become too wide to paper over with another carefully chosen headline. The irony here is that if the legacy media actually started being honest, people would rush back to it. But now they've moved over to independent media. And interestingly enough, that too, people have to be a little bit wary of. Because just because you're an independent media voice doesn't mean you can't be manipulated by politics, money, or your own biases. And that's something that people are starting to realize after a few rocky months of confusion, that most people in the media world have some sort of agenda, and that maybe we need to be applying the same rules against everybody, the podcasters and the legacies. These podcasters honestly are losing legitimacy by the second because trust needs to be built, and the world is starting to understand that. They're looking for voices that are actually factually sound. The FCC issuing unprecedented public warnings to news broadcasters about their war coverage, whatever you think of the politics of that, tells you something profound, that something really has broken. And the people who broke it are starting to feel the consequences. They think they can fix it by upping ratings, by being alarmist. But the truth is, you solve this by building trust. They thought they could manipulate people indefinitely, but time is proving them very, very wrong. Now, the thinking sane humans are watching shows like this one instead. It's a slow climb, but it's working. It's exhausting being lied to all the time. And now you know the playbook of how they do it. The headlines that tell you how to feel before you've read a word and bury what you actually need to know in paragraph 14. The half-truth that is more dangerous than a full lie because it's defensible, and the selective clock that decides who the villain is by choosing where the story begins. The language that grants legitimacy to a terror regime whilst quietly stripping it from a free people. The invisible Iranians celebrating in the streets, screaming for freedom after 47 years, written out of their own story. The photos they choose versus the ones they don't. The fake civil war built out of 3 podcasters and coordinated headlines, and the repetition, day after day, outlet after outlet, until the conditioning feels like common knowledge. This is how it's done. This is how your understanding of a real war, with real missiles, real soldiers, real Iranians dancing in the streets, and real children being treated for shrapnel injuries, gets quietly, professionally, and very deliberately constructed for you. The good news, though, is that you cannot manipulate someone who knows the trick. And now you know them. If this landed, make sure to share it. Someone in your life is going to read tomorrow's headline without this. Don't let them be manipulated. I'm Irgc, and I will see you next time.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with the welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination